On March 30th, 1981, the writer Jackson Maclow gave me this book, Asymmetries 1 to 260. I would have been 27 years old at the time. Jackson and I had known each other for 3 years, and I had admiration for his work, and he expressed admiration for mine, which was astounding because basically very few people liked my writing, just like they still don't like my writing now. The people who did like my writing tended to be language poets and fellow travelers. What I didn't realize at the time was that this book was published by Printed Editions, which was Dick Higgins's replacement press for Something Else Press. I might have actually realized that it was Dick Higgins's press, but I didn't attach as much importance to it as I do now, or I didn't pay as much attention to it as I do now. Here's a picture of Jackson on the back. Anyway, Jackson was kind enough, or whatever, to write an inscription in the beginning of the book, which says, "For Michael Tolson, with best wishes, keep your chin up, Jackson Maclow, Balto, 33081. And the reason why I'm making those pauses is because some of the text is in parentheses. And so that was 44 years ago. And in the beginning of the book, there are instructions to the reader to follow certain procedures in order to correctly enunciate the text, the asymmetries, in a performative manner. I decided to take that seriously, so I started reading the book, and with each asymmetry I would read it in the way that I thought was the correct way of doing so. And I stopped as of probably asymmetry 4. In other words, I didn't get too far into it, because I felt too challenged by the difficulties of reading the text correctly. And now, 44 years later, I'm thinking that I should make a movie of me reading the entire book and trying to read it correctly. Now, I'm 71. Somewhat jokingly, I like to say that I've got 2 feet in the grave already, and I'm just waving one pinky up above the edge of the grave to try to get people's attention, but no one's really noticing. In other words, I'm not in the kind of physical health that I was in at 27 years old. So, my eyesight, for example, in the last month or two has been getting worse. It's still good enough for me to be able to read in high lighting situation, and it's still good enough for me to be able to drive fine. But right now, when I look at this is not as crisp to me as I would like it to be. So chances are I might have to pause from time to time, unless I decide to bring more light in here, which is probably not a bad idea, in which case I'll be able to read it fine. I'm going to read a little bit from it here, and then stop. And then the next time I come to read it, I should probably have a different camera and a different camera angle and perhaps better lighting, and different clothes. Because one thing that's been happening this winter is that it's been cold in my house. Not insufferably so, but different parts of the house are colder than others. This room is okay. And I tend to not change my clothes that much because I'm warm in the clothes and taking the clothes off to make myself colder, will make myself colder, and then I have to put on different clothes. So I need to change my clothes more often, just because I think that I'm overdoing the wearing the same clothes all the time routine. So let's start. Today I don't think I'm actually going to get to reading any of the asymmetries. I'm just going to read the introduction to it, if I even get through that far. The title page, Asymmetries 1 to 260, the first section of a series of 501 performance poems, Jackson Maclow, printed editions in New York, 1980. So I would have gotten this from Jackson within a year of his having it be published. I imagine he must have had fresh copies, and obviously I'm having trouble with my throat right now. I'm feeling the need to clear it, which I tend to relate to my having had what I consider to be an unnecessary tonsillectomy when I was 6 years old. Something that my throat has never recovered from, predictably enough. Anyway, to continue. For Iris Lezak, who was with me when I was writing the Asymmetries, and for our children, Mordecai Mark and Clarinda, who arrived on the scene a bit later. Contents. Preface. Methods, reading and performing Asymmetries, 1980 version. Asymmetries 1 to 260. Afterward, compositional methods and circumstance. Appendix, methods of reading Asymmetries, 1961 version. Biography, list of titles. Preface. I've been writing this preface before and after New Year's Day, 1980. The poems in this book, Asymmetries 1 to 260, were written in 1960 between Halloween week and sometime in December. What it means to be publishing these poems 2 decades after writing them is one of the things I talk about in the afterword that follows the poems. There I also describe the methods and processes used in generating these poems, how I wrote them, and speak at length about related matters. This preface consists mainly of acknowledgments and other information that should precede the poems. Similarly, I have placed the new version of the methods for reading and performing asymmetries between preface and poems, since readers and or performers ought immediately to become familiar with at least the basic method and the general notion of using word placement and spacing as notation for specific kinds of verbal musical performances. The earlier version of this methods text first appeared in Nomad, New York, Nomad 10/11, page 72, Culver City, California, and London, autumn 1962, with asymmetries 102, 105, 236, and 442, indeterminate form and first realization, as well as method for realizing indeterminate asymmetries and other texts in an anthology edited by Lamont Young, New York, Young and Maclow, 1963, second edition, New York, Heiner Friedrich, 1970, with asymmetries 94, 147, 259, 409, and 485. The method for realizing indeterminate asymmetries, the indeterminate asymmetries 408, 410, and 442, indeterminate form and first realization, and other texts. And in El Corno Emplumado, the Plumed Horn, number 5, page 67, FF, Mexico City, January 1963, with asymmetries 85, 147, and 199, and other texts. Asymmetry 147, together with a schematic version showing how to read it by the basic method, also appeared in an anthology of concrete poetry edited by Emmett Williams, New York, Something Else Press, 1967, and Asymmetry 387 appeared in The Language Muse, Volume 3, Number 3, Annandale-on-Hudson, New York, Bard College, Fall 1968, on page 24. Later, the Methods text was reprinted in Alcheringa number 4, page 52, New York, autumn 1972, with Asymmetries 100 and 250, as well as the 1967 group 6 Asymmetries for Dr. Howard Levy, and several other performance texts, page 45 to 59. Most recently, in Poetry Review, volume 6, number 1, page 25 FF, London, The Poetry Society, 1975. Asymmetries 49, 125, 205, 206, 371, 372, and 487 were published with other texts of mine, but without the methods text. For this edition, I have rewritten the methods text to make it clearer and easier to work with. Its original form, as printed in Young's Anthology, is reproduced as an appendix. As can be seen, I have not changed anything substantial. My intentions and the types of performance envisaged remain the same. However, certain terms have been replaced, and sentences have been otherwise modified, added, deleted, and or rearranged. In addition, I've omitted from the rewritten basic method all reference to prolonged or reiterated phonemes, speech sounds, since none of the asymmetries in this volume include such features. However, I've added a new method by which these asymmetries may be performed with prolongations and reiterations. Here I want to thank the poet Lorraine Pistelli for her careful and dedicated work in typing most of the asymmetries in this book, as well as most of the other numbered asymmetries. As an urban core intern in the Arts Apprenticeship Program directed by Claire Tankel of the New York City Department of Cultural Affairs, and to thank Ms. Tankel for arranging for Ms. Pistelli's apprenticeship and the Urban Corps for paying for it. For funding of this book's production, thanks are due to the John and Clara Higgins Foundation and to the New Wilderness Foundation for facilitating use of these funds. For personal financial assistance during this period of preparing the volume for the press and writing and rewriting the prose text, I wish to thank Christophe de Menil, Performing Art Services, and the Literature Advisory Panel and others in the literature program of the National Endowment for the Arts, who near the end of 1979 were so kind as to award me one of their fellowships for creative writers. For assistance in design and other production decisions, as well as the book's production itself, I'm grateful to the people at Open Studio in Rhinebeck and Barrytown, New York, especially Patricia Neds and George Quasha. Among the decisions at which we arrived together was that to print the asymmetries by photographing the typescript rather than attempting to reproduce the spacing, etc., by typesetting, which would have been prohibitively time-consuming and costly, but photographically to reduce or enlarge certain of the poems, both to ensure that the whole of each asymmetry should appear on no more than a single book page, so that the visual shape would be clear at a glance, and to provide visual variety. The size of a poem's type, unlike its spacing, punctuation, etc., is not meant to influence its delivery. The use of different sizes of type is a design feature specific in this edition rather than an intrinsic constituent of the asymmetries per se. This edition provides a reliable text to those who wish to perform these asymmetries. I hope it will also give pleasure to present-day readers, many of whom are already familiar with aleatoric art, non-syntactical poetry, and performance poetry, all of which were known only to a small group of people in 1960. Jackson Maclow, 5th of January, 1980, New York. I forgot to wear my special hat today, which I'm going to wear throughout most, if not all, of the other readings. Methods for reading and performing Asymmetries 1 to 260. Asymmetries are poems of which the words, punctuation, typography, and spacing of words on the page have been determined by certain kinds of chance operations. With a few exceptions, Asymmetries 1 to 260, like most of the 501 numbered asymmetries 1960 to 61, were generated by an acrostic chance method. This involved drawing words, word strings, and in one case, syllables from current reading matter, or in a few poems, from the environment in which the poems were written. Usually, an initial word was found in a text or in the environment, and words or strings having the letters as their initial letters were then found by reading along in the text or by careful perception of the environment. If the first line, the words or strings of which acrostically spelled out the first word, words beginning with the second and subsequent letters of the first word were found to begin the second and subsequent lines, and these words were spelled out in those lines. The method was complicated by the fact that different acrostic chance selection subroutines were sometimes used within poems, and that punctuation following words, notebook page edges, and spacing rules based on them determined word placement and spacing. In addition, selection mistakes, if not noticed immediately, were usually accepted, and selection method variations were sometimes based on previous mistakes. For more complete descriptions of compositional methods, see the afterword. Asymmetries may be performed either by a single person or by a group, including any number of people. Each performer follows either a basic method or one of 9 other performance methods, while realizing successively each asymmetry in a randomly selected or individually chosen series of the poems. The individual performers decide their own reading speeds and other performance parameters, not specifically or only partially regulated by the methods followed. All individuals perform simultaneously. Performers must become acutely conscious of both the sounds that they themselves are producing and those arising from other performers, the audience, and or the environment. It is essential to the realization of asymmetries that all performers choose as many aspects and details as possible of their individual realizations within the context of as clear an awareness of the total aural situation at each moment as performance circumstances allow. In many circumstances, as when performers are dispersed within the space, for example, around or in the midst of an audience, or when performers and audience are identical, a procedure often followed in performances I've directed. Each performer's impression of the total aural situation will necessarily differ from those of the others. What is asked for is concentrated attention to all sounds perceptible to the individual and an attitude of receptivity and responsiveness such that choices are made spontaneously, often seeming to arise from the whole. Schematically, this whole can be represented by concentric spheres. The inmost is that of the individual performer, next that of the whole performance group, next that of the larger social group, including audience as well as performers, next that of the performance space, including room acoustics, electronics, etc., and finally the larger sphere within which the performance space is situated, the rest of the building. The surrounding streets, neighborhood, city, or rural area, etc., all of which may affect significantly the aggregate of sounds heard by each individual at each moment. The spheres are best conceived as transparent and interpenetrating, not static shells, but concentric ripples traveling simultaneously out from and in toward each center. Method 1, Basic Method. This method underlies the others and is the one to be followed when all or most of the others are ruled out by performance circumstances. Blank spaces before, after, and between words or parts of words, between lines of words, and before and after whole asymmetries are rendered as silences. Each silence lasts at least as long as it would take the individual to read aloud any words or word fragments printed above or below the blank space. Each asymmetry is conceived as having a left margin perpendicular to the left side of the first character of the poem, and a right margin perpendicular to the right side of whatever character in the poem is printed farthest to the right. Left-hand blank spaces, left indentations, are measured from the left margin to the first character of an indented line. Right-hand blank spaces, right indentations, from the last character of a line to the poem's right margin, and blank lines from margin to margin. Each asymmetry is preceded and followed by one blank line. Where two or more lines of type might be placed between two printed lines, that many blank lines are considered to be present, each standing for a second lasting at least as long as it would take to read aloud words and parts of words printed from margin to margin of that asymmetry. There is at least one such line of silence before every word beginning at the left margin, including the first word of each asymmetry, and there is at least one after every end mark, period, question mark, or exclamation point. Thus, a left marginal word that follows an end mark is always preceded by two lines of silence, and at least one line of silence should precede and follow each asymmetry in a series performed. Emphasized words, that is, initially and solidly capitalized words and words printed in emphatic typography, italics and boldface, indicated respectively in this edition by straight and wavy underlining, are to be read loudly. Initially capitalized words slightly louder than others, italicized words loud, solid capitals and boldface very loud. As much as possible, these emphasized words should be spoken loudly without seeming to express anger or other violent feelings. The effect should be that of turning up the volume, a relatively objective kind of loudness. Words printed within enclosing punctuation, that is, single or double quotation marks, parentheses, or brackets, are to be read softly or whispered. Other words are to be read moderately loudly. Exactly how loudly or softly any particular words are spoken is to be determined spontaneously by individual performers within the oral context of specific performance moments. In public performances, softer words and whispers should be loud enough to be heard throughout the performance space when not completely covered by louder sounds, and moderate and loud words should be correspondingly louder. In larger spaces, this may be accomplished through appropriate electronic amplification. Whenever possible, each performer should have an individual microphone, amplifier channel, and loudspeaker. When sufficient equipment is not available, there should be as many channels and as few voices on each channel as possible. Pitch changes are indicated by the punctuation marks that follow certain words. While some marks, for example the comma and the question mark, can imply several possible intonation patterns, some are fairly unambiguous. For instance, periods, semicolons, and colons imply a slight rise in pitch, followed by a definitive lowering, the so-called sentence final intonation contour. And the intonation of any word succeeded by one of these marks should conform to this pattern. However, when reading words followed by ambiguous marks, readers must choose between the several pitch patterns that might be implied by them. Since only context determines the pattern appropriate to each specific case, some readers may at times be helped by imagining context for words and word strings followed by such marks. But spontaneous arbitrary decisions among possible pitch patterns will usually suffice. Unpunctuated words should be read at an even pitch that simply stops at margins and blank spaces. In general, pitches are those of normal speech or prose read aloud normally at the required loudness. Speed of reading and voice timbres are free, but should seldom give the impression of exaggeration or distortion. Nevertheless, where specific speakers are indicated by the context, performers may carefully assume appropriate vocal personae. The required minimal durations of silence corresponding to blank spaces are longer or shorter relative to the average speed at which any particular asymmetry is read. Other methods. Method 2, words only. The words are read as in the basic method as regards loudness, pitch change, etc., but the reader makes only breath pauses, no long silences, at line endings, varied only as appropriate to punctuation, if any. Readers have the option of slightly pronouncing final sounds of lines, especially where words are broken at line endings. Method 3, silence only. The performer remains silent as long as it would take to read the particular asymmetry aloud by the basic method, including blank space silences at a chosen speed. This amounts to a silent performance by the basic method. No asymmetry should be silently read more quickly or more slowly by this method than the performer would choose and be able to read it aloud. Method 4, words, tones, and silences. All words are read and all left indentations are interpreted as silences as in the basic method. Right indentations are interpreted not as silences but as continuous or rapidly reiterated tones on any instrument. These tones may be extended when necessary, as when a wind instrumentalist runs out of breath, by beginning them again with minimal attack. The pitch of each tone is determined by the performers freely choosing any letter in the preceding words, which is a German pitch name. A, C, D, E, F, and G are interpreted respectively as any chromatic tone or microtone in any register that can be designated respectively by one of these letters. For example, A can be played as A flat, A natural, A sharp, a quarter tone above or below one of these, etc. However, B always means B flat or a microtone near it, while H always means B sharp or a microtone near it. Exactly the same pitch should not be played at the ends of two successive lines. If the same letter is chosen from both lines, a different chromatic tone or microtone or a different register should be selected in each case. Margin-to-margin blank spaces, interpreted in the basic method as lines of silence, may be interpreted either as silences or as continuations of the tones corresponding to the right indentations following the words directly above. Less than half of the margin-to-margin blanks before, within, or after any single asymmetry should be read as tones. If a performer chooses to play a tone in place of a line of silence preceding an asymmetry, a letter is selected from the first line of the poem to determine the tone. Method 5, one tone only. Reading an asymmetry silently, the performer plays one continuous or rapidly reiterated tone, determined in pitch as in method 4 by any letter in the asymmetry, for as long as it would take that individual to read the whole poem aloud by the basic method, extending the tone whenever necessary by beginning it again with minimal attack. Method 6, tones and silences. Reading an asymmetry silently, the performer plays for each duration represented by a right indentation, a continuous or rapidly reiterated tone determined in pitch as in method 4 by any letter in the words preceding the indentation. Silence is observed in durations represented by left indentations and printed words. Blank lines may be realized either as silences or as prolongations of tones realizing immediately preceding right indentations. If a blank line preceding an asymmetry is realized as a tone, the pitch is determined by any letter in the first line. Method 7, words and tones. The performer reads all the words in an asymmetry as in the basic method, but plays continuous or rapidly reiterated tones determined in pitch and extended when necessary as in method 4, for all durations represented by blank spaces and interpreted as silences in the basic method. Thus, the performances must begin with a long tone. There should be as little silence as possible in performances following this method, with words and tones immediately succeeding each other without pauses from beginning to end. Method 8, spoken and whispered words. The performer reads all the words in an asymmetry as in the basic method. However, rather than observing silence and durations corresponding to blank spaces, one whispers any words or parts of words in the poem printed anywhere below or above each blank space. To find words and fragments to whisper for whole blank lines in place of lines of silence, one will often have to obtain them from several different lines. How this is done will be clear from the example that follows these descriptions of performance methods. Where there should be two or more lines of silence, there will be two or more whispered lines, and every performance by this method begins and ends with a whispered line. Method 9, phonic prolongations and repetitions. This is a method for introducing phonic prolongations and repetitions into the reading and performance of asymmetries of which the texts do not include such features. Wherever in any asymmetry a word or word string is broken on one line and continued after indentations on the line below, the sound of the last phoneme, speech sound, before the break must be prolonged if it can be, or rapidly repeated if it cannot be prolonged, for at least as long as the individual reader would take to speak any words and or word fragments printed above or below the empty space between the last letter before the break and the theoretical right margin, and before the left margin and the first letter after the break, whether the latter in the next letter of a broken word or the first letter of the next word in a broken string. The sound may be continued still longer. The phonemes represented by all vowels, A, E, I, O, U, except after Q and Y, both as in bury and as in try, and diphthongs, and by the following consonants and digraphs, can be prolonged. C as in cease, ch both as in Charlotte, as in lock, and as in church, F, G, both as in George and as in largesse, H, J, both as in judge and as in jongle, L, M, N, ng, R, S, sh, th, both as in thistle and as in that, V, and X. The phonemes represented by the following consonants can only be repeated. B, C, as in cut, ch, as in chorus, D, G, as in God, K, P, Q, T, U, after Q, U, and Y, as in yet. Readers who prefer to repeat rather than to prolong ch, as in church, or as in lock, G as in George, H or J as in judge, may do so. This method may be superimposed on either the basic method, method 1, or on either of the two methods involving both words and tones, methods 4 and 7. That is, all empty spaces except for those following breaks in words or strings are to be interpreted either as silences or as continuous or rapidly reiterated tones, as in methods 1, 4, or 7. Method 10, words and indeterminate silences. This is a useful variant of the basic method. The performer reads all the words as in that method, but for each blank space, observes a silence of any duration whatsoever that seems desirable at the moment in the performance when that space in the text is reached. This method is especially appropriate for performances of asymmetries accompanied by sound continua other than asymmetries, since performers following it can wait for silences or quiet passages in the accompanying sound before speaking word strings and can do so without measuring their own silences. Asymmetries may be performed in this way with live or recorded sounds of any kind. For example, improvising musicians, conversations, radio or television sounds of any kind, formal or informal musical compositions, audio tapes or videotapes, or film soundtracks, electronically or mechanically generated sounds, and or environmental sounds of any kind. Example illustrating reading by the basic method, Asymmetry 193. The poem as printed is followed by a schematic version showing how it is to be performed with measured silences when following the basic method. In the latter version, words and word fragments measuring minimal silences, or whispered in method 8, are printed between
virgules appears to be forward slashes. The silences are minimal in that members of larger groups will sometimes find it desirable or even necessary to extend them to prevent the texture of performances from becoming so continually thick that a large number of words are unintelligible. However, soloists and members of very small groups will seldom need to extend their silences. Spoken words are underlined only to distinguish them from silent ones, not to indicate a loud speech. They are to be spoken as shown by the original text, all moderately loud, with slight emphasis on Italian and now because of the initial capitals. Some silence measuring letters have had to be omitted to accommodate virgules. Where words and fragments have been juxtaposed without spaces, each vowel is to be silently pronounced, or in method 8, whispered separately. For example, literally est equals literally est. Other solutions are, of course, possible where words appear both above and below blank spaces. I'm not really sure I followed all of that. So first I'm just going to read Asymmetry 193 as I would read it ordinarily, and then I'm going to go through it according to the chart version that follows it, which will be somewhat different from my own version. Asymmetry 193. Favors abstract violets opulent rest. Strokes. Abstract ballet strokes. Turret rest. Abstract canvases turret. Violets Italian opulent literally eyes turret strokes. Opulent pluming umber. Literally. Eyes. Now turret. Rest. All right, so that was me reading it without relying on anything other than my memory of what the instructions were, which I'm sure I did not really that great of a job of. So I'll try it again following the performance plan here. Asymmetry 193. Favors abstract violets opulent. Rest. Strokes. Abstract ballet strokes. Turret rest. Abstract canvases turret. Violets Italian opulent literally. Eyes turret strokes. Opulent pluming umber. Literally. Eyes. Now turret. Rest. Okay, it is what it is. I did not do that great of a job, but I am proceeding through this, which I'm happy for. All right, I'm up to the point of actually reading the poems now. I don't feel like I'm going to do a job that's satisfactory to me, so I'm going to look back over basic method and reread that to myself. Okay, I was correct in what I was imagining. Oh, well, I thought I was going to be reading the first asymmetry, but instead there's another section called Performances Including All 10 Methods. I'm being really lazy about the clothing thing, changing my clothing every day. I've had this t-shirt on for a while and the same pants, and I think I might have worn this vest the other day, but now the relationship between the vest and the t-shirt, which was not visible before, is present. Plus, I don't remember whether I wore this piece of jewelry made by a guy named Jeffrey from Baltimore or not. It's made out of an old spoon, maybe a pewter. I don't remember whether that's really the correct word for this or not, Pewter. Anyway, I'm going to read yet another thing, which is 4 pages long, so it'll take a little bit longer than what I was expecting to do because the poems are all 1 page, I think. I drank 5 cups of coffee, by the way, this morning, so I'm a lot more wired than I would ordinarily be. How much coffee I drink, or whether I drink coffee at all, is very much dependent on my mood. So today I was in the mood for 5 cups, or whatever, maybe even more, a whole pot. I almost never, I might drink this much once or twice a year. It wires me up too much. Performances including all 10 methods. It will often be found desirable, especially for larger groups, to present performances that include all 10 methods. In such performances, speaker-musicians will have the possibility of using all of the 10 methods at different times, while for those who only speak, all of the methods except those including musical tones will be available. To present such performances, each participant must have a way to determine which method should be followed while realizing each of the asymmetries in the particular group that person draws or chooses for that performance. It is preferable that such determinations should be made in the midst of the performance, just before realizing each asymmetry, rather than before the performance. This preference derives from an interpretation of the philosophy of the I Ching, Book of Changes. A hexagram group of 6 broken and or unbroken lines, determined by coin throws or divisions of a pile of yarrow stalks at a certain time, is thought to be relevant to a problem which at that time preoccupies the person carrying out these chance operations. The underlying assumption seems to be that there is an acausal synchronous connection, as C.G. Jung expressed it, between all events happening at any particular time. Similarly, an operation used to determine the method for performing an asymmetry will be optimally connected with that performance if the operation is carried out just before the performance of that asymmetry. The problem then arises to discover a kind of chance operation that each performer may employ before each asymmetry without its intruding unduly upon the performance as a whole. In the method recommended in the earlier 1961 version of these performance directions, 2 dice were to be thrown just before performing each asymmetry to assign one of the first 7 methods. A throw of a 3 or a 5 assigned the basic method, a 2 or a 4, words only, a 6, silence only, a 7, words, tones, and silences, an 8, one tone only, a 9 or an 11, tones and silences, and a 10 or a 12, words and tones. However, throwing dice during a performance is awkward, cumbersome, and needlessly distracting. It adds an obvious and unnecessary element to the performance situation, and in many physical circumstances it is extremely difficult to do this at all, much less to do it with any grace. Besides, there are now 10 methods rather than 7, 2 having been added as postscripts to the original instructions in earlier printings, and one added first in this edition. 4. A random set of asymmetries may be obtained from this book by means of random digit triplets, 3-digit numbers, each comprising 3 successive random digits from a table or the final digits of 3 successive telephone numbers. Starting at a randomly selected place in the table or telephone directory, the performer writes down successive triplets, but crosses out all of them larger than 260. As many triplets smaller than 261 must be accumulated in this way, as there are minutes in the planned duration of the performance. For example, if the planned duration is 20 minutes, each performer's list must consist of 20 triplets smaller than 261. Each asymmetry having one of these triplets in its title is copied at once for every time that triplet appears on the list. Each performer's set may include any number of duplicates of any asymmetry. Zeros placed before other digits are disregarded. For example, 001 and 010 designate asymmetries 1 and 10. This process ought to provide each performer with more than enough asymmetries for the planned performance duration. 5. The performance method designated by the topmost card is used while performing the first asymmetry in the set, and subsequent asymmetries are performed in accordance with subsequent cards. It is, of course, unnecessary to use all the cards or to perform all the texts in the set. When an ending signal is given or a previously agreed upon time is reached, all the performers should stop at the same time. What to keep in mind during performances and how to start and stop them. I cannot emphasize too strongly that performers must listen to, relate with, and respond to each other and to ambient sounds, including those of the audience. When they fall silent before, within, or between asymmetries, they must listen with concentrated attention to the total aural situation and make their choices as to further sound production in accordance with what they hear. Some parameters, such as the tempo of delivery and voice timbre, are freely variable. Some, such as loudness, are regulated in very general terms, but the actual loudness, etc., realized at each point in a performance must be decided in accordance with the actual situation. Similarly, although minimal durations of silences are, in all but method 10, measured by the performance saying the measured words silently, any particular silence may be extended whenever an individual finds that the performance situation demands it. And when following methods that include tones, the performer chooses which of the possible tones to play, which octave to play it in, how to begin it, its attack, how loudly to play it, and whether, and if so, how long, to extend its duration beyond that measured by words and word fragments printed above or below it. However, the words to be spoken at each place in the asymmetries in this book are unchangeable, even though the ways of saying them may vary. The later portions of the numbered asymmetries, beginning with asymmetry 379, includes 62 indeterminate asymmetries for which the reader must supply words, different at each performance, by following specified methods. Sensitivity, tact, and courtesy must be exercised in order to make every detail of one's performance contribute toward a total sound sequence that is as similar as possible to what the performer would choose to hear. While egoistic overpowering of the total sound should never occur, the exercise of virtuosity is strongly encouraged, and it is carried out with as much consciousness as possible of the total situation. Performers should try always to be both inventive and sensitive. As in all my other simultaneities, the most important rules are listen and relate. A performance may be begun and ended in any convenient way. Usually it would be best for performers to agree beforehand on an approximate performance duration and for one of them to act as group leader, signaling the ending before or slightly after the agreed upon endpoint. The leader must be easily visible to all performers and judge when, around that endpoint, the performance may be most satisfactorily ended. However, when circumstances allow greater latitude, a performance may continue until the group ends it by informal consensus. This description of methods for realizing the numbered asymmetries supersedes the one written in 1961 and printed in an anthology, edited by Lamont Young, first edition, New York, Young and McLough, 1963, second edition, New York, Heiner Friedrich, 1970, which is reproduced from that anthology as an appendix to this book. All future performances of numbered asymmetries must follow the methods described here. Jackson McLough, March 1961 to March 1980, New York. Again, I really love the specificity of it, but one of the things that I've been thinking about is that I just listened to an excerpt from John Cage's Writing for the Second Time through Finnegan's Wake today, and I was very conscious of the way he performs the piece in a sing-songy way, which I think is appropriate given that he's working from Finnegan's Wake, which has, I think, a very Irish lilt throughout the whole thing. It seems that that type of possibility is not encouraged or addressed by Jackson, but maybe I'm oversimplifying here because he does encourage all sorts of things that I won't be doing. Basically, I'm sticking to basic method number one. I'm not responding to ambient sound. I've deliberately chosen a very quiet place to do this, and I'm not really sure that I'm going to think that my performances of each of these poems is really as great as it could be, and if Jackson were here to coach me, I could probably do it better, but I'm going to be satisfied with however I do it, because even trying to do all 260 of them is yet another one of those things that I've set for myself to do that's extremely challenging to my endurance, despite the fact that I've made the conditions relatively easy. First, A-series. This is not afraid of, but let's give it here, shall we? Asymmetry 1. Pane available ingredient. News. Arthritis. Rule through hand impelling through. Infinite. 3 impending stretching. Now. Office. Wasn't. There now, wasn't that? It seems like I have quite a few silences in there, but that does seem to be in accordance with the instructions as I understand them. I'm feeling a bit frisky today. Today's payday, meaning that I got my very small Social Security deposit today, almost all of which is gone already just from paying basic bills, etc. But when I say that I'm feeling frisky, that means that I might actually read more than one of the asymmetries. Actually, I won't. I'm just going to read Asymmetry 2. I'll position the hat a little bit more suggestively than usual. Maybe that's too much. Asymmetry 2. Accordingly, conditions only, Race definite. Inner. Content. Notion growth. Localities. Young. Career ad. Reason extremely even request. Chapter helping also pure. Blooded. Zismus. Employee replied. Opinion pound. Involuntarily, naturally. Inherency one nature. Road one aflame. Duty. Didn't inherency. Data never things. Imploringly more people life. Only. Rome indignant named. Go look yield. Nerve Eisenhower. Roll Vin. Excellent. George, employment, other Rob Gaff. E. Let ed thanks. Yes. Emergencies. Standing. India Nandiyavarta. $20. For 8. -th. Least even. Gamadian renewal. Accord ing perfect. Hope. Presents ornaments. Laying even. Saying. The first page of that was just a full page, and then the second page was labeled Asymmetry 2/2, or Vergule 2, to use Jackson's terminology. And I interpreted that as meaning that that was just a continuation of the previous page, but I could be incorrect about that. So that's it for today. Anyway, this is vaguely fun for me. I hope it's fun for some of you. Okay, I shot Asymmetry 3 using my 4K number 2 camera, which I couldn't get to indicate that it was recording, and then it shut off and I couldn't even turn it off or on again. So I'm going to redo that shot. Now, I checked the settings on this one first. This is camera 4K 3. The minute cycle and the sound was turned off. Now, this seems to be a recurring problem. These things keep happening with these cameras, which is one of the reasons why they're really problematic, because I have to keep checking these things to make sure that they aren't set in this way. And I don't think these are default settings, and I don't really understand how it's possible for these things to get set like that, because you have to go through a lot of different settings navigation in order to get to that point. So, whatever. With asymmetry number 3, there's a note at the bottom. Note asymmetry 3. In the being extraordinary ending years, the subsections marked A and B may be read simultaneously by 2 readers, or alternatively by one reading either A or B, or successively in either order, either A then B or B then A, or by reading each successive line from A or from B in any preferred order. For example, line 1, Curiosity Strange, from A, lines 2 and 3, Ragamuffin and Account Other Remote, from B, line 4, Interest Not, from A, line 5, Notion Anybody, from B, line 6, Real Now Me. I'm just it. Maybe I'll make it so that I'm 2 voices. And this shot is going to be very cropped. I'm not really sure what's going to be in it. Maybe something about like this, my face, and it will probably not show, but the book will probably show. Asymmetry 3. Order. Lee. Order. Now. Expound logical. Opinion proceed initial not irrespective. Others now. Least even arising sometimes therefore. Objective became lust even. Fucked it up. I'm going to start from objective. Became cosmying. Immediately vivifying. Number unexpected material based even. Reaction. Extraordinary curiosity strange. Time recovered also. Other relief drop. Interest not. Automatically. Real. Xenophon turned. Ragamuffin. Account other remote. Dear Irish. Notion anybody. Yours. Local owing consider age local. Asymmetry 4. Government awful. Victim. Early ringing. Net moment effect, no thanks. Opening pay experience now. Introduction. 1921 great. View, influence, exile. Wished. Entered, named, traverse earth. Required. Egoist. Dear. Reason, event. Added, submit, occurred. No. Now owing wings. Moon. Often observing now. Existing cooked state influence strange. Time. Inconvenient now. Given. Need, employ, enclosure, direction. Trials, raise, indeed, absolutely. Little ships. Okay, I'm up to Asymmetry 5, which is the first one past the point at which I stopped when I was reading this 44 years ago. Asymmetry 5 is only a half page. It's very short. Asymmetry 5. Type years proved explanation. Yes. Existed solar. Planet less absolutely named explained time. Error recent report. Ors. Received. Asymmetry 6. Dream's recent episodes awaken middle, such. Results everyone sleep? Used lasted. Typical. Sleep. Emotionally means. Objective thinking instructive. Organs, naturally. Activity. Lower level young. Aged greatly eye. Movements dreaming. Move occur vocalize episodes. Some observed medical EEG. Asymmetry 7. Records eye. Movements classified objective. Recounted. Drops skin. Electric least eating contractions 3. Related involve Chicago. Cardiac appeared related duration increase associates. Cycle. One no experiment. Right illuminated glass happens 2. Determine enters trapped enough. Ray material. Internal. Natural ends. Disadvantage. C. Emerging 8. Okay, I just tried using 4K number 5 camera twice, and it cut off after about 3 minutes each time, which implied that it was on the 3-minute cycle, but it wasn't. So I don't know what's wrong with it, but those 4K cameras are totally unreliable. So here is my third attempt to read Asymmetry 8. Asymmetry 8. Hundred thousandths used need dynamic. Recently end. Devices. Types high speed. Other. Uncoded. Serve. Angle nearly. Directed turret. Handle. 6. Upside down penetrated separating. Index diameter ends. Diameter optical. Waveguide. Number. Neighboring engineering. Interesting. Guides higher beast. One. Rare infections. New generation. Dagger-aimed Gaul generals every risking. Rivers indeed. Victims exploiting, real says. Embroil more blackmailing raiment only. Isolating logical. Asymmetry 8/2. Dissidents' independence slogans. Situation. Interview. Demands. every nation true stores trust revolution used saying Trotsky helping expected live province implementing 1946 granting Oman Morocco Arabia November Units 1958 Israel 260 says Shah's heir Avery headed states attended 22-year-old 21 Empire Note Democratic Eisenhower Daily Nation America told islands off needs difficulty increasingly freedom freedom India's communists U S Law 2 Yugoslavia Tremor rocked extreme monarch Orbit Roll Hot opinion tonight States Tarabanov asked take expect states right, that's that, and then some color comes in on page 37. Now, you'll notice that on the second page here, on the left page it's asymmetry 9, and on the right page it doesn't say asymmetry 9/2, so that supports the theory that the last one that I read which was asymmetry 8/2, is a separate piece from asymmetry 8. At any rate, I read it that way. And I think I'll read asymmetry 9 now. Not really sure how to address this giant B with the underline, except as a shout. Asymmetry 9. To weekend 1450. Weeks. Exhaust effect kidnapped schoolboy. October 10 children. Thorn. 2 Eastern. New York Times. Happiness. Organized Brazilian. Elsewhere. Rights. B. Consented. Otherwise. Novel. Shorter excuses. Numbers. Thelifron. Episode. Divine. One needs. Up pairs. Pairs all in rope story. Example. Now own wallowed. Spices precious, ISIS Christian everyone. Slave. Evil virgin, ISIS lector. Nearly experiences. Absolutely reservation. Lupus. Yearning. To woman. Only. Each arms. Can't. Hard. Dangerous. Article night got exclaimed. Road. Out U.S. seeming. There's a whole blank page after that. It probably has something to do with the printing, with having to print color on this, but maybe not. At any rate, I don't think it's intended to be held as a silence for an entire page, which would be quite long. Asymmetry 10. Caracas, Associated Reporting Apportioning. Caracas, Associated Salerno. Alliances Land League. Inevitable. Absence Northeastern Communist. Enemy. Similar. Rifle illiterate Franco long explaining. Association services stressed. Opera. Child infants avert. Terms incubator. Other. 9-member. Case adopted silent. Early. Atabe. Testified Aiden Abazal. Employers. Yields. Suspect you. S. Systems. Planet. Earth. Constantly. Try a Mazzy Camo. No. Asymmetry 11. function, utmost needed contriving, thought, intrusion own, no, uncouth noetic categories object, understanding, two, help, consciousness, over, nights suddenly, cloud, illness, once, unexpectedly, stamped, nothing, extraordinary, Shin Fan, Shan, then, home, 18 never, inquiry now quite unfortunately, imperfect, reasoning, years, obstruction, Buddha seeing, regarding, used clear 12, idea, original, now, neither, exercise, I took hold, entire, running, asymmetry 12, ineluctable, express, later, understanding, clear, 3 already, bondage, life, enlightenment, existence, Asymmetry 13. Practical regarding ages, consciousness, tendency intelligently comes, accounts, lipzen, real, entire absurd, learning, arrogance, response reach, off, gate, able, never confused, exclusively, cagey aid gambling, ex Batista, year-round, top one par, intellectual, newsman, tourist, expropriated, levity, Lady Ernesto Cuba, talked, uniformed Abdel less, cryptic revolution, youth, political type, interfering Cuba, answer. 1956, stepping stone win, XU, S, Raul, lies initiated exponent,
Samples. Asymmetry 14. Picnic. Influence clothes Negro. Instance. Concentrated. Italian American. Traditional appeal. Lines. Intelligence active. 1951. MVET's matter. Estate. Rehoboth. Informs. Comet along 9. Couple oppressed universe. Point letters. Exert. No overturning. Inquiry. No qualified. Uninitiated. Investigate. Reflection. Yourself. Cherishes hold effort. Return. Imagination. State holding. Earnest. Stream. I've got a long way to go. Asymmetry 15. Blocked let 1 consciousness koan essential doing. Let exclusively talk object birth just early creative teachings comprehension. Ourselves.
maturing, probably resorting exercise, humble even now, saying, incense one natural, koan earlier abandon never. Earlier always rest, let inquire explained, really. Devotees exercise various otherwise. 2. Everything else, saving. Asymmetry 16. Vowels 1. Who? Shao Chi. One name even. Who? Here one. Such undermining convinced hindrance. Asymmetry 17. Gentle. Effected not time lasting, enlightenment. End. New departure. Not over test. Together one great energetically. Three human effects. Remove. Tranquilize rulers. Abroad nothing. Quietly. Unrealness. Intensely leisurely. Loudly. Intellection. Zen. Each. Let erroneous thought elements land eternal meaning 18th thought, spiritually,
I think I have a pretty fantastic wardrobe of shirts, so I'm glad to be able to display those as a part of this Asymmetries 1 to 260 movie. I haven't really ever done that before, but I did something similar in 365. There's Jackson again. I like his face. Asymmetry 18. Inspiring. Name sends people instruction. Reverent invoking. Name. Goblins. Name. Avalokitesvara. Magical. Enables. Asymmetry 19. Devotee virtues once. Tianju Whitezi. Excellence. Eyes. Each. Especially sort psychological. Even came insight. Absence left. Loathe. You've. Vote others trying end. Other tendencies here expositors. Referring. Typical years. Power illuminating. Countable. Attained. Limitless. Enlightenment. Negations. Light. Interesting generally. Xing. Text. Enlightenment. Not going back. Mind exclusively. Name. Thoughts. Extent contradicts seeing teaching. enter, name, turning. Asymmetry 20. Direction interlocutor realize. Exert conditions then inherent ones. Nien. Impurities. Mind purge unconscious. Recitation importance. Thinking. Invoke efficient. Spring. Realistic effect. Actually limit. Intensification. Sustaining. Asymmetry 21. Power, order, wilderness enough. River. Occupied, critical, cannot, uttering. Pronouncing imperceptible. External discourses. Wojo Yoshyu. One Yodo occupy. Yearnings. Outward. Smaller here. Yield. Use. Earnest, attracted, right, not erroneous. Subjective, Dao Chao. Rebirth, effort, Buddha interpretations. Regularly. Times 100. Asymmetry 22. Thousand Hormes, oneness uttering. Surest age name described. How? Other water. Out ugly there? stands there artificially nowhere. Death, singleness. Asymmetry 23. Thought. Hermes' oration. Unflinching. Grail. Husband. Tutor. Hurley. Endure recovery light. Infancy here. Yellow. Opalescent persevering. Aware. Love east. Says. Continues. Energies new. Trunk. Unfolds now felt one love dying. Seen. Grief scourged returns. Imperiled. Energy flame. Suffering consumed. Overcome unconcealed. Repeal. Asymmetry 24. Law animate wine. Athlete trounces hovering life eyes. Twins. Enjoy. Wade's all describes exclusively sitting. Asymmetry 25. Standing. Time. Attain Namu Amida Butsu. Dharma I ignorance. Namu Amida Butsu. Gradually. Attention, take truth's every no. Tathagata ignore only. No. Trust required understand. Sometimes teaching Namu Amada Butsu, abiding moments, utterance, annulled moment, included. Asymmetry 26. Body one dualistic yes. Outcome understanding. Thought, considered, one moment entire, deep enough experiencing past. Yu Chung undertaking country. Help understanding. New goals. Asymmetry 27. Stand still. Things approaches. Nine. Decay. Splitting apart. Things inferring light-like. Takes alteration, keeping still emptiness. Splitting apart. Approaches. Perseverance permit revenue. Only approaches. Command. Highest exhausts. Splitting apart. Asymmetry 28. Lullaby. Untruly. Lucifers. Loans. All ba. Ye eschew. use sundial. Envies. Let earnest. Then. Last agree. Sense. Then. Away. Whence ambassador. Yield. Broad riches. Overcome, adorn. Divers. Yogins only, again Roko, important now, sudden. Experience. Alright, that's more than I've read so far. I'm actually beginning to enjoy this. There are various interesting aspects of it for me. One of them is just imagining what text it's derived from, because obviously at least one of the ones that I just read was derived from a Buddhist text. And then otherwise there are the challenges of how to render a semicolon out of context, which I don't really think I'm doing a very good job of. And then there are things like words in brackets, which I'm interpreting as yet another form of emphasis rather than interpreting the parentheses as brackets, even though that might be contrary to the basic method, which I'm not remembering having referred to the brackets, but it probably did, because Jackson was very thorough. Now, upcoming, as a continuation of Asymmetry 30, it's in color, so I'm going to have the challenge of, or part of it's in color, I'm going to have the challenge of trying to give it a special timbral inflection to each color, and I'm also going to have a hell of a time reading the yellow on white, which is just way too light for me. Even under this light right now, I can't see it, so I'm going to have to use a magnifying lens probably. Asymmetry 29. Something, one mechanical existence. Asymmetry 30. Later attained truth elsewhere. Regular. Attempts this, that. Experience. Melted. Presence. Throw sense. Transmigration realization. Applied. Namu Amida Butsu. Spirit. Most instance goal inquiry. Reciting Amida time. Idea only Nembutsu. Enough. Nirvana only unnecessarily. Growing herd.
regard existence glad accidentally, read, discover. Well, the first yellow word is it in parentheses, or rather in quotation marks. But the second one is troed, Troed. And the third one is ing plan spot. B worth. Up first dono. In other words, it's a fair amount of made up words, so this one's going to be a hell of a hard time to read. Nuts. It. Trode. Unlikely. Tear Eve sleeping. Ing plan spot. B. Unlikely. Fourth. Nuts. Luck. Up fins through toe. Inspector. Per prothesis. Matnati. Ule. Keaton. Eve. Look, yes. Those Ben Getnick. His section Poxy incunded Sovin. Sad just L dress condor Jorto. Ter Eve. Lake on not Batdin. Sublutioness. Addicts. Baltinogareno. It Trebe. Radio. Dreams recent episodes awaken middle. Such. These sleeping look Eve pure. Heave earth stand now. Results everyone sleep. Inspector. Nuts. Use lasted. Game. Typical. Sleep. Emotionally means objective thinking instructive. Organs naturally. Activity. Lower level young. Age greatly I. Movements dreaming. Move occur vocalese episodes. Some observed medical EEG. Asymmetry 31. Murmuring up repartee. Master. Used result intense now. Great. Asymmetry 32. Spiritual insight, Pai Chang right issue, take universe, attitude. Life. Pu Lao Yin Kuo. Unusual later attendance. Obscuring? Year's interest. Necessarily Kyojin unkind. One. Instruction. Now soon traces rules conduct, truth, instructions, out, name, reply. Ejected pole low. Years. Idea directly early attain. Throwing homeless. Remark. Obeyed. When you instruct good. Up part. Asymmetry 33. Building. Unexpectedly incident light dark. Immovable no got. Understanding native day 84,000 rising. State thoughts all naturally. Drained. Ignorance? No. Goes. Impressed mere problem railing each sea. Still extempore. Deeply. Life. Illustrates far. Enshrined. Doctrine offer come. Teaching range spirit. Immediately no exclaimed. Ignorance. Get no out removed all nirvana. Chen Chui Sheng each. New experiences whatever. Go often. Asymmetry 34. No. Only. Overheard voice easily. Asymmetry 35. Foucault outside. No. Ultimate. 1. Out up told. Kuo unpenetrated. Only. Ultimate lucid. Thinking imagination. Measure. Asked to.
enter. One, no everywhere. Asymmetry 36. Infinitely. No fail. Interview, nature, interview, tang, extraordinary, lonely, yellow. Now orthodox world. Fu Hasai. Usually heading sui indifferently. Asymmetry 37. Secret experience. Coming recorded even transcendentalists. East. Any simple tradition. Complete open meaning points lying essence 3. Existence. Raised ask increases shown extent. Doing. Everything variety 8 rosary. One Quan. Talk. Hear. Ignorance. No greatest. Truth religious, unfathomable. Through hair. Asymmetry 38. Then home expressive no. Xiang Yan said, ignore. Ancient. No get. Yang Shan exclaimed, name. Experience. Asymmetry 39. Put off used till one found field. Uterus texaria. English rendering used shape. Trust recording. Unlikely spent time. Ones. Necessarily exile slave girl. Fact ancient cruelty typhonic. Flesh. Lucius eventually Saturnalia. Horace. Asymmetry 40. Harpocrates. Es revista di Philologia. Planetary otherwise. Course writes Athenian. 12 emblematic stoles. Autobiography. University. Thelephron. Olympic brothels. Initiation Oya. Gulf remedy. Apuleius. Asymmetry 41. Consented. Otherwise. Novel. Shorter excuses. Numbers. Thelephron. Episode. Divine. One needs. Example. Now own wallowed. Spices precious, Isis Christian everyone. Slave. Evil virgin, Isis lector. Nearly experiences. Absolutely reservation. Lupus. Yearning. To woman. only, each arms, can't, hard, dangerous, article night got exclaimed, road, out US seeming. Asymmetry 42. Modesty, owned days examined slat trifle, young, open pants espoused Nunez, Diaz internal all, Asymmetry 43. Courage, ontological universe, red Albania, Galata ended, olive-skinned, love Istanbul victims, each story killed inherited, no 1949, expensive dined, unnumbered names nearly you, making bases, expanded, ripe, enough der mott, right issued groups, high treasuries, American market established reason Istanbul countries, Adoret's needs, Asymmetry 44. Customer, uneasy NATO each source, another seduced there, obtained material, expand branch Russian, Understand new detection every roadstead. Spy 300,000 American night. Clubs pray do. Spent promises, equipment narratives. Technical. Together one gun. Ever via entertaining. Trouble revolts. Only. Henriette Egyptians recorders. Operations proposed, 837 rally alerted. Train injured representative. Official forecast fair informed. Name seal. Modus operandi, only differently. Useful. Suspected off plots each. Remember anything. Experiment 1960. Diamonds. Industry. Asymmetry 45. Government old violent each rape. Normally. Minimum every India nightmare. No trained. Out. Universal take. Victims Indian city 3 Indus months. Single. Early avoid running leather young. Range assailant noose. Girls India elder. Naked away. Karachi. Authorities usually. Each department. Medical each driver. Inspiration. Chiefs. Home. Officer. All. Lahore. Every. Vain. Everyone veteran. Room. Young. New. Enjoyed wonderful. Asymmetry 46. Courtesan. Off-figure family. Unusual rank. Tony one-man Nixon Eisenhower. Stagehand Althea Nixon. O'Hara Huangpo Shan accounts. Real all. Understanding. No day. East. Response stir. Then advocate. Held negate. Extract. Dharma. Hearing. Emptiness abode main. Ping Tian the Elder. Independent. No overstepping get. Result expect said used loving tranquilizer. Tension express now. Society. One nabbed else. Insiders knew 100,000 knew. Enjoyable neighborhood, just outdoor, youthful, as Trofel before lyrical ring oblivion.
Asymmetry 47. Case apartment shapely. Eyes. Apartments parted. All red. There matter evident half filled, neatly a $12 sex. Sign, identify grand not so petty. End. Nothing detectives. Asymmetry 48. Soon outbreak occasional night. October 1. Clean time likely emerged attractive 1. Beth. Apartment police. Examination right. Fingerprints. Illness result seem trail. Ominously. Mere outlines right immediately. Newsmen. Own. Uncovered. Scene crime. Elderly length. Literally dozens. Intermittent nothing trail. Element. Left editor Francis Youth. Nearby erratic apartment Ross. Brown record 1. Asymmetry 49. Vibra. Finger. Irritated. Bad return approved. Full. Industries. $9.95. Guaranteed. Elements religious. Imminent moral mark assertion non-being. Essence natural transcendent. Bad appears. Destroyed. Room. Only obvious movement. All lack live. Fact affirmation courage threat. Interdependence. Nature transcends affirm. Threatens ego. Selves rejected. Dictator. employ, messes people anxiety, experienced no develop, equal, non-being courage, one expiated, nothing office, time high insect, new give, get election there, every vote else road, building year, results explosion Sunday, use location, think solo. Asymmetry 50. Bomb other metal beautiful. One new efforts. More hold reality. Exaggerated. Believes even like. Italy elections vote. Elections. Stayed. Two-man affair. We had. Stand still. One-man magazine. Things approaches. The paintings. Nine. Me. Decay. An important splitting apart. Antoinette were a nonsense. Thinks inferior light like. He was. Takes alternation, keeping still emptiness. Splitting apart. We had extremely talented one. prices. Approaches. Unquoted. Perseverance permit revenue. T. Église Gallery. London. Only approaches in stances. Command. One Man Magazine. Highest exhaust. Scant. Splitting apart. Église. The paintings. Nonsense. Gallery alley. He was. London. Extremely. London. Talented one. Église reproduces. Yet. Prices unquoted. London. T. Owner no D. Me. Owner no. An important. Antoinette were in nonsense stances. No scant. He was. Third alley.
I'm showing off this new t-shirt that I have for a project of my friend Doug Retzler. It says National Poor Choices Day, February 29th annually, February 28th after midnight. And then on the back it says something like, don't let reality get in your way. I really like this project of Doug's. Obviously, poor choice is very close to pro-choice, so probably a lot of people will read it as pro-choice, given that people don't really read things. They just sort of skim it and then project their stereotype onto it. Asymmetry 51. Same affect many full else. Accepted consciousness, consciousness embodied. Primitive traditions, responsibility. Interpretation, every discovery. Medieval education. Doubt individual earlier. Objective being judgment effective. Contrition objective nominalistic. Tradition. Reformation Empire. Folkgeist. All life. Expressions. Asymmetry 52. Amalgamated mainly avoid lived growing anxiety. Modern. Asymmetry 53. Wrote romantic, own therein Elizabeth. Real early academic love. Out uniquely. Tedious. Town outraged wolf novels. Evaluate. Valuable acute American lay literature. Underwear. Assurance tolerant each. Asymmetry 54. Last aspects situation today. Approximately proportion pleasure renowned over tops. Asymmetry 55. Cultural USA. Love, ticklish Ulysses, regard. Observed, began, seen enough recipients. Appeal list. Urged reader gave evenings dictated. Largely account Russian growing existence life. Year. Time calculation. Involution most end connected arising. Namely, Luisos. Asymmetry 56. Members exterior. Most organ blessed eternity. Savatartra. Existence recent. Solar. existing. Asymmetry 57. Conditions. Others. Near exist devoting appearances. Increasing observe never. Namely, suddenly, one noticeable exist. Numbers. Universe most beautiful existing ninth. Real exile solar. Dignity insulting. Get nevertheless insulted. Example tense yesterday. Ideas developed essential afterwards series. Third. Historic inner representatives described. Intensified now things. Existence. Number sections institution. Asymmetry 58. Absence became sensitive everything naive candidates Europe. Beelzebub exceptionally every law's zeal experience. Asymmetry 59. Conditions outside. Nothing data impressions. Totality independently organs newly. Sensitiveness. Organism results gravity center localization. Actualization. Consequence. Necessary each I separate. Manifestation. Necessity ensure correspondingly exactly. Separate each source's I today. People educated organization pseudo. Less each separate subjective years. Driven received influence vile example. Needs. Inclinations nevertheless. Coachman little. One interest. Not absence obligations tomorrow. Independently, others not springs. Travel received asphalted very existence ludicrous. Asymmetry 60. Something. Owing model. Exact top, however inevitable. Nevertheless. Existence generation. Only neighbors learns yet. Moreover, orphan. Reciprocal established each other. Coachman owing abnormal conditions. Horse one reins. Separate each. Presence reigns engender stop. Example. Various. Atmospheric effect tempo resume. Educating definition universal concerns absolutely. Time interested needs great. Then hand. Experience need. House. Out. Unconscious some notice connected. Overheard ever. Inwardly negative well. Again. Ring day. Lecture. Every vying, each regard young. Asymmetry 61. Learn, education, always reflection. Notion. Every very electron's reasons years. All universal lot laws. Uncontrollable not intention. Consequences organ nature such. Engendering nature various generation. Every really Smith automobile. Leaves. Really experiencing anguish. Lost objective. Say. Already life lost. Really experience. Experience now contemporary. Exception year. Newspaper evening. Wisely sensing perceiving. adapt people deteriorating, equilibrium, quantity require, asymmetry 62, much undergone cataclysm, hinder, ultimately law, time initial man attains today's enters, life, involuntary, new various ordinary. Asymmetry 63. Existence. Asymmetry 64. Established stream time, agreeable greatly, results based late. Investigations showed nature vast afterwards. Slavishly habits, life. Immortal man. Established system, disagreements, settling up's events time think, little identified, inner namely, great regret experimental elucidations, rather inherency new historical, emphasize mankind ultimately, people slaves. Thanks handed acts now Kundabuffer. Something. All limit. Lime. Bottles other there. Thanks liquid hands assist next. Essence oath. Asymmetry 65. Task absurdity suppositions no. All large light. Series exclusively repeated. Important. Empty. Shutter. No. New. Once right. Asymmetry 66. Next. Every. Asymmetry 67. Writer rate inordinate torpor everything such. Resuming expert. Sum up many insulted Nasser. Greatly. Interested, not three-centered, everywhere, regard. Everybody same there. Extraordinary. Discuss. Then. Here exist. Necessary. Asymmetry 68. Understand nearer deep ecstasy. Receptive. Subjective. Things. Apprehended noumena. Dreams. Non-existent. Ocean consciousness. Everywhere. Nowhere. Else. Loses order. Sufficient, undoubtedly. Flaccus. Ideas, ideal, external something. Asymmetry 69. Different infallible? Follows. Only first existence. Returning external. Emanation man aim neophytes now. 3. Infinite. Nothing first intolerable new observation. Invalidity noumena. To existence. Asymmetry 70. Idea dealing everything approaching dimension. Imagine manner. Everything vary. Environment new necessarily suffer. Violation. Impression own. Nothing. Equally quantitative up axioms logic. Logos. Object bacon. Just untrue solely. True reality universe especially. Yasnaya. Ancient noumenal Clement. Idiot. Examples. Noted teachings. Asymmetry 71. Study theme unreal deserves yearning. Teachers. Else. All conception human Eleactics. Least expression anyone sonship. Religions. Soul. Unanswerable nescience anywhere, namely step. Asymmetry 72. All language language. Longer one nescience. Gained exist room. Look only obligations. Knowledge. Asymmetry 73. James Airline make exchange said. Affecting federal 14 electors column. Tough integration. Nine Georgias. Mandate. Atlanta nation. Discipline again. Transmission. Empty. Electric life essential chemistry transmission. Related important. Crucial. Shed hard. Electrically doing. Asymmetry 74. Set electric transmitted. Enzyme nerve. Asymmetry 75. Circuit insulated receptor conference urgent. Independence. Excelled intellectual. Asymmetry 76. Suave. Unknown accurate. Lee. Virtually effect. Usually shattering. Unreal. Ask limelight. Liberals indicate begin. Exists. Year. Alarm. Live apartment rentals. Impounded. More. Votes overcome Tom. Election Stevenson. Early aid retains like years. Asymmetry 77. Washington Ability Sure-Footed Harry Institute. Newstat Going Talk Other Now. Announcement. November nominated. One no expect. United States 1960s country. effort majority election. Next think. Asymmetry 78. Matches as to me, if only in a general way. Why, those his grandson. Beelzebub replied, only during later periods that thee, three-brained, have this particularity, recognized by crystallized inherer, is quite convinced it is especially to see him. On quite another, not only say, extremely limited, and as our dear Mullah Nasser able to see no farther than his nose. But as regards any knowledge of the real psyche of the a very character, logical deliberations are exclusively only upon what others say about the. They fail to realize being had is to blame, ancestors and later began to pass by heredity from exter, you yourself later on will well understand.
Asymmetry 79. When have already promised expressions lay you by the heels, and in the present case there is no harm in recalling Nasser. Have already promised. And in the present case, there is no harm in recalling very careful Eden, who says, expressions lay you by the heels. Asymmetry 80. Struth. The beginnings of perspectives promising nothing very cheerful. Of these abnormal being particularities, the
polarity of their psyche, the most terrible for them personally is that which is called suggestibility. So I could not help deciding at once to undertake to help them to settle this difficulty of theirs. Asymmetry 81. It trode ing plan spot be orth up first tono per prothis not by outlay. Thou's ben Getnik, his scion, Poksev, ing counded Sovin, sad just el address condor jorto, leak os not but din sublutionis, pain long came irtrebe. These heave earth stand now. Asymmetry 82. Thus, representative unit on 12ness exact planet, these correspond to actualized mind. I instinctualized definitiveness, home exteriorized thirdness through manifestation while arising fancies of the will of the planet. Asymmetry 83. Enlightenment and ignorance. Neglect altogether the study of the Buddhas, spiritual experience itself, personal experience of the Buddha, founder of which he is indeed the Buddha and the founder of the religious system which goes under his name. Let us see what record we have of this experience, its antecedents and consequences. Enlightenment and ignorance, its antecedents and consequences. The story of enlightenment is told in the Digha Nikaya, Samyutta
Nikaya, and present remains practically the same. I've tried to take my material chiefly from the Dialogues of the Buddha, Asymmetry 84. Mrs. Rice Davids Majjhima Nikaya, translated by Silakara, and the round. When it means a faculty beyond ordinary relative, understand, Sachukato, into the very ground of consciousness, from which springs really as it was. And the seeing was like the seeing of your evident. Therefore, it is that he could not rest, satisfied with an intellectual glancing or surveying of the facts of life. Inlation of correspondence between the relevant lines of the lower and upper trigram. The lower trigram seeks you let your magic tortoise go, spying about with sharp eyes. Perseverance brings misfortune. Asymmetry 85. Keeping still, perseverance. Firm and gnarled trees. Eunuchs, perseverance. House, that which grows luxuriantly. The sun, weapons. The middle daughter, the tortoise, dependence, dryness, I, big bellied men, the sun, the middle daughter, helmets, the snail. Asymmetry 86. Cast America's stage, then. Asymmetry 87. Do opposite. Opposite preceding opposite structure. Influence transfigured element. Asymmetry 88. Lee image. Image man. All great earthly. Asymmetry 89. Yellow earth. Light own worth. Earth. All reaches. Truly heed. Light image good heed. Truly. Light image good heed. Truly. Own worth. Nourishment. Worth own reaches. Truly heed. Asymmetry 90. I. Asymmetry 91. Dangers American nations. Good exception. Regime. Sacrificed. American men exception. Regime. Influence. Confession. American nations. Nations. American times. Influence. Other nations. Sacrificed. Good other. Dangers. Exception.
Asymmetry 92. Fields. Item. Evidence long disposal. Serve. Item. Tyranny evidence. Metropolis. Asymmetry 93. New York, everything world years outward. Rican's, keystones. Everything vast, everything Rican's years. Take advantage, keystones. Everything vast, everything. Rican's ears take informed, clear land. Everything vast, everything vast, everything. Rican's informed, clear advant. Edge, hopes informed every thing, hopes informed. New York, everything world. Years, everything advantage. Rican's informed, clear ad. Vantage, advantage. New York. Take advantage, keystones. Everything vast, everything. Rican's informed, clear. Advantage disagreed, vast. Advantage disagreed, vast. Gloomy. World obvious. Rican's informed, clear. Advantage disagreed, vast advantage. New York, everything world years outward. The stone. Curtains of velvety thought. Hermes' oration. Have last aspect situation today. Unflinching. Erotic. Events. Grail. Approximately proportion pleasure renowned over tops. Washes of forlorn. Husband. Tutor. Have. Are explained by Hurley. Vacation spots. Endure recovery light. Infancy here. Hunted. Yellow. to erotic events. Opalescent persevering. Aware. Washes. Love east. Of forlorn. Says. Continues. Erotic events. Energies new. Trunk. Washes of forlorn. Reminds me. Unfolds now, felt one love dying. Seen. Of the stone. Grief scourge returns. Imperiled. Curtains of velvety. Energy flame. In. Suffering. Consumed. Curtains. Curious. Surrealist overtones. Overcome unconcealed. Repeal. Asymmetry 94. Perhaps every Rockefeller human asked. Perhaps every seems every vivid every vivid every vivid every vivid every vivid every vivid every vivid. Rockefeller opposed Catholic years. Rockefeller opposed Catholic kinds. Every vivid every vivid every vivid footnote every vivid life every Rockefeller vivid every human United States music asked new Asymmetry 95. Better enlightenment.
Terms, enlightenment. Enlightenment. Reason. Enlightenment. No logical ideation. Order, reason. Defined. Enlightenment. No order, reason, enlightenment. Go order, reason, enlightenment. Attempt, terms, enlightenment. Reason, order, no, hopelessly. Terms, enlightenment. No order, mesh, enlightenment. No terms, enlightenment. Reason, mesh, attempt. Singularly. Terms, enlightenment. Reason, mesh, singularly. Enlightenment. Asymmetry 96. Love, office, voluntary. Easy. Office. First indigestion, community. Easy. Voluntary, office, love, united, new. York, time. Athens. Read. Yellow. Easy, Athens, service, yellow. Asymmetry 97. Pages, accuracy, give, east, speed writing. Accuracy, cigarettes, urges. Reason, accuracy, cigarettes. York. Give, indicting, Vermont. East. East, accuracy, speed writing, 2. Speed writing, faces, east. Defendant, holy, reason. Indicting, 2, indicting. narrow give. Asymmetry 98. Pillow iris light light osculation. Water sound. Iris red, iris suede. Light iris green, heels tape recorder. Light iris green, heels tape recorder. Osculation suede ceiling underwear. Light ache tape recorder. Iris red, iris suede. Osculation suede ceiling. Underwear neck. Water sound ache tape recorder envelope red. Suede osculation under. Wear neck dog. Asymmetry 99. Airplane whistle thunder, ink. Radiator, plink. Lemon trees, airplane, whistle, thunder, ink 9, edge wall, hallway ink, sky trees. Asymmetry 100. Alarm clock, legs, alarm clock, rapping music. Book collage, legs. Onion salt collage, knees. Legs, electric light bulb, glass shouting. Alarm clock, legs, alarm clock, rapping music book. Collage, legs, onion salt collage, knees. Rapping alarm clock, pounding, pounding. Inhaling noise glass. Metal electric light bulb toilet alarm clock, legs. Collage onion salt, legs, legs alarm clock. Glass electric light bulb. Legs electric light bulb glass shouting. Onion salt noise inhaling onion salt. Noise shouting alarm clock. Legs toilet. Collage onion salt legs legs alarm clock. Glass electric light bulb. Knees noise electric light bulb electric. Light bulb shouting. Asymmetry 101. Shit heat instant ivory flakes tiles. Heat enamel ammonia tiles. Instant ivory flakes nail sound shit tiles. Ammonia nail sound tiles. Asymmetry 102. Cockroaches, orange pencil closed book, king-size cigarettes radio, open fuse box almanac cat, honey, enjoy your trip, go mohawk, slicing, board, oven Vernon, electric meter Nixon, cordiality oppose refrigerator dollar, ink bottle Arcadia, Lawrence's portrait, itching ankle table, York, knocking newspapers off cadet kids's, hollering inver said nuts, Greenwich, con, Ray Johnson's bird collage, alligator, just a pig, yellow, cabinet top, Jackson, Uspensky's book, Ha Ha, Nierstein seeds, box, I'm all right, red pen, Asymmetry 103. Letterback electric light switch clicks, television sounds toilet, flushing ending of refrigerator, motor sound random digit, book burrs, Alan Nevins, children's voices, kitchen matches, irritation red incense package umber, paint areas car horns talking, in the hallway airplane, humming tape institute, opening window sound, non-violence and social change, tabletop airplane grill purring, barking, lazy lying cat on his back, exploration, the dance, 1910, orange pasteboard strips purring, together of airplane and refrigerator motors, teeth early, the heritage of man, heat on back of neck and down the back, Ehlers, hearing of water dripping, airplane passion, fire engine sirens, auto horns, motors. Asymmetry 104.
Door slamming downstairs. Old Farmers. 1961 Almanac. 1 volume. History of the World. Red collage areas. Sound of Water. Airplanes, Children. Leaking water tap. Ascorbic acid. Melting pills. Mouth inception. Of refrigerator. Motor sound. News for anyone with hearing. Gurgle squeak. From another's bathroom. D5th floor. On pilgrimage. Wall paint crack. Ends sitting tinkling. A. Philip Randolph. In many people's usage, the word simple has rather an. Asymmetry 105. Getting up from a chair. Elucidation 12th. Texts interpolating nature. Grace. Evening voices, empty bowl, nose picking. Intermittent floor creaking. Next door hammer tapping. Gurgling in the belly. Traffic crescendo, roach walking down. A table, leg, foods, foot in a blue suede shoe suspended over linoleum half under, table half not, in the marketplace, cat in a basket. Town tingling, open green shirt, empty bottles, shopping bag of library books. Iris sniffing, remembering too late to turn on the news icebox motor. Going off sleeping cat and dog. Naval airplane motor in the distance. Voice of an angry Puerto Rican mother. Exhalation of dog sleeping with her eyes open, loud airplane, passing, whistling, and then humming. Gasping of pipes after distant toilet flushing. Autumn. Socialist pipe for pot. If you change your address. Let neck of dog straightened and bent glass clinking. Asymmetry 106. Listening and looking. Itching asshole. Scratching. Turning on gas flame.
under coffee pot. Empty shopping bag standing upright on the kitchen floor beside the refrigerator. New York Public Library. Ink. New. Gem. Etching on the floor. Social change. Offering empty. Cottage cheese box to the cat. Cat cleaning cottage cheese from box. Itching knee. Aerial catch of a capsule from an orbiting satellite. Leave the UN. Time. In New Orleans today. Asymmetry 107. (1957) Alabama statute. Nation's largest petroleum companies. Investigation of police corruption charges. New York. Efficiency for first class or custom coach reservations. See your travel agent. Griffith Personnel Agency. Radio music by Debussy. Ache in the bowels. Opening icebox and putting in milk carton. Immediately. Lucia. Shlugochevsky. Lopez E. Ka. Orchestral. Crescendi. Ringing of triangle. Increase of tempo and lessening of amplitude. Finale. Signal by rapid series of key changes. Asymmetry 108. Crash of cymbals, ringing of triangle, slowing of tempo, end of printemps. Reason. Eaton flannels.
till 9 is an exciting way to start each day. New York, 1862 to 1863, increase of radio volume during Lou Harrison's Suite for violin, piano, and small orchestra, note prolonged by violin, over and over figures on a harpsichord or attack piano, violins in parallel fifths. It mean tam-tam and sizzle of cymbals or metal sheet. All open perfect intervals. Leaking faucet. End of Lou Harrison suite. Now and start your subscription to the program guide. Off with the radio as The Sorcerer's Apprentice is announced. Asymmetry 109. Tightening leaking faucet till leak stops. In its values and workings, genius of the West. Here concerned, the different conditions not only of space but also of time. Epic of the Oriental belongs, nature with its constraint, in which dwells magic power. Not. Consider here the forming spirit. Ground. In order to understand the Orient, it is necessary, never and nowhere separated. Grounds itself on the is. Realized in genuine life. Obtainable through information. Unity of the one thing needful. Needful as an is that is accessible to no information in the genuine life, as an ought that is subject to no command, does this, should not thereby make this way of speaking Asymmetry 110. Shoes, can opener, pennies, matches, paper, towel roll. nail clipper, ashtrays, refrigerator drawing, cat basket, not shells, toe plate, cabinets, peanut butter, sponges, pennies, pennies. Asymmetry 111. Nonsense ought, needful, subject, explain, narrow, science essential, only necessary law, yum yum. New exhibit will, school chiefs here objects October left, I Yale empire, no only, softness original fountainhead 10-9-18, several surprises, size listings shook Eli's, Asymmetry 112. Promoted Rockneys. OB. Sense make opened. Theater. Evidently depart. Asymmetry 113. Themes hero. And make emotion Sweetwater. Humor unrestrainedly make off Broadway. Reserved. End of season no Darren. Out. Frowsy. Showdown. Excellent. Hamilton. Addition. Song. Orchestral. Netted. Member. Extend. Shun much improved Murphy. Behind a desk. Eclipsed really. 11th hour. Leader election Vittorio. Excellent new tel jour tel nuit. A break here. Orleans under developed. Robeson. Say Africa yet. Asymmetry 114. Up power. Potential on terms electric neutralization, tide indications Americans, large. Asymmetry 115. Mr. Robeson. Ruins Understanding Interests. 1952. Scene. Asymmetry 116. False Adenauer. Life. Science. Edited. Author unrecognizable. Then, hope out, reactions. Lucid undoubtedly consequences. Illuminated different. Scholars. Crucial United States history. One listening post all. Reunification. Strikes. Asymmetry 117. Magic assumes genuine ingenuous central. Achieved called human intoxication. Elevated violence. Ever different. Gospel. Opposition symbol primal existence. Lao Tzu. Indeed. Nothing divine existent especially. Distinction. Concerns opposition. Non-being. Central. Element rather notion saying. Asymmetry 118. Do others. Organization ruler generations assembled. Nothing. I. Zealously animating. Teaching imparts offices never. Asymmetry 119. Accept clearly coffin expression purse teaching. Crowd. Rather. Asymmetry 120. Says, all yet strives. appreciated, populace predominate, right explain, coincides interpretations, absolute. Thing, each demon, straighted, yet each thing, successive unity. Change consumed, eternal self-affirmation. Spirit illusory, view, explain. Asymmetry 121. It cannot be represented. Thought. The right measure of the Tao is its self. Heaven and of earth. Eternally without action, and yet without non-action. Asymmetry 122. Persevere and does not change. Each thing's particular manner and power. Realize itself. Self-enclosed, eternity. Vigorous, denial of all that men call knowledge, and action. Each sense receives something different. Reasons that the human mind has ever devised for putting itself in question. Extension is accessible to us. Swing out of our own measure. Exists for us only relatively. Asymmetry 123. No being attains a higher age than a child that dies in the cradle. Out of our own measure. Asymmetry 124. A morning mushroom knows not thee, alternation of day and night. Asymmetry 125. Butterfly ugly, Truth embraces relation. Far, love, yet, ugly, gesture, love, yet, truth relation ugly, truth hungry, truth relation ugly, truth hungry, embraces might butterfly relation allows, causes embraces suffering. Relation embraces, love, allows truth, insight, own non-action, far allows relation, love, own virtuous embraces, yet embraces truth. Asymmetry 126. Newspapers, electric clock, walls, sponges, paper, bags, ashtrays, premium stamps, electric clock, random digits, shirt, emery boards, milk carton, electric meter, rubber toy, wheels. Asymmetry 127. Refrigerator shelf, electric clock, floor, random, digits incense, garbage can, electric meter, rubber toy wheels, almonds, teapot. Asymmetry 128. Pencils, electric clock, nutcracker, chairs, ink eradicator, letters, snail shell. Asymmetry 129. Starved today again returned victims. Even deputy. Tried Raymond, IRT. East doors. Again. Garrel Airport invited nursing. Royal only Yankee, almost letters. Virtually information result 3000 U S America's later led Y elementary letters example major E now famous Thomas's all right Yardley diplomatic index possible long official mentioning A S $35 000 000 intercepts cryptanalyzed relate yesteryear prepare traffic asymmetry 130 analysis N S A atom lenticular Yugoslavia say ingenuity simple numbers unlike matter black embassy requires amount material organizations undergoing new tendency Lorraine Odets radical root adapt illustrate now endings young old unfortunate now George society other communion implicitly employ taste year Ionesco's offer now ever sweetened commodity only succeeded uncomfortable country asymmetry 131 curiously underestimated Renaissance imposed obscenity uncommitted support liberal, yet undoubtedly none depends offers unwanted, being traditional even doors. Life. Yogis. Relation exclusively life anxiety. 3 interested only. Nation. Introduce normal today relations. Other. Depression. Usually. Country. Emotions. Objectives. Both. Jealousy entity. Common together. Indifferent. View entirely. Says. Asymmetry 132. Thinker had integrating narrow Krishnamurti experience. Respond. Held entity life. Defined. Imaginations. Mind accordance give imagined, no abstractions. Thinking. Influence. Others not status. Krishnamurti relationship interprets something, heartily nothing. Anecdotes. Mind use rickety twickering, invested. Etiquette. 3/8 hauling. Rail inspiration inhabitants. Oblige burning, lighted inflammable greater house, through harbor. Residence evidence, stone. Transferred romantic aeronauts. Asymmetry 133. Patrons annual 32. Hope reading 1 Nast squirrels. Apples. Fat. Poet leave exactly signs. Trust. rise U, S, W, B, successful, 12.5%. Rain, almost indicated Nova Scotia. Other time higher every rainfall. Nove, old lesson. I sickly very, 11 mornin'. Boy, exercise. Right? Sonic Ogden Nash. Injure crack. Suave. Unknown accurate. Lee. Virtually effect. Knowledge not only willingness. Usually shattering. Life. Unreal. Ask limelight. Enduring decision. Give. Liberals indicate begin. Enduring. Exists. Not only tasks. Year. Only not life. Years. Alarm. Willingness idea. Live apartment rentals. Life. Impounded. Life. More. Votes overcome Tom election Stevenson. Not give. Oh, language. Not enduring. Early aid retains like years. Stream. Longer one nescience gained exist room. Life. Look only obligations. Inevitable first. knowledge, enduring, enduring, not decision, ultimate, ruinous, inevitable, not give, decision, enduring, comprehensive, inevitable, stream, inevitable, only not, give, Asymmetry 134. Large aggravate really grumble experts. Atomic test old. Millicuries increasing cowl. Remove earth. Moon. Orbit. Rockets value earth. Give ICBM very earths. Even value explorations New York's. Asymmetry 135. Time as a flowing is Michelangelo's unfinished sculptures. Eternity. Impersonal. Matter. Personal has been formed. Essential part of art. Relationship between this background and that which has been formed in it. So completely formed that it would be impossible to add to its beauty of form. Asymmetry 136. Still, the feeling that some kind of depth was somehow lacking in Greek art. In the Greek sense, later, the feeling that some kind of depth was somehow lacking in Greek art. How the feeling of standing in front of a deep crater's turbulent black flames. eternity as space. In the Greek sense, not three-dimensional. Later, as two-dimensional, terms like high-wide, eternity as space, Resonanzboden of humanity. Later, as two-dimensional, terms like high-wide, eternity as space, Resonanzboden of humanity. Asymmetry 137. Any kind of art has essentially such a background. Not have such a background can not youth, nature, after having read Spinoza's Ethica, he was charmed by the doctrine and never gave it up throughout his life. Und Unglück wird Gesang. Rosa erred, and how I strived. Your goal out. Und was ich liebt. Raphael and Classical Antiquity. Asymmetry 138. But his Italian voyage, under the sun, the same vigor of life. Unter der Sonne, Asymmetry 139. Here sit I, enjoy. Resignation, enjoy. Enjoy. Nature. Just in this coming, from nothingness and going, into nothingness there is the gentle sound of humanity. Opposite of that of Spinoza. It has not passed in the present. Reason why I say that the present itself determines the present. Enjoy a moment of time, say, opposite of that of Spinoza. Nature and joy. Nature just in this coming from nothingness and going. Asymmetry 140. Way abstract years abstract beings, same time, reality. Abstract, cut time, years, each abstract reality. Same. Asymmetry 141. Other, two, historical, social, essentially, regard, two, other, other, historical, social, individual, self, two, other, regard, individual, conscious, animals, life, self, other, conscious. Okay, read quite a bit again today. It's funny how this is actually getting to be more and more enjoyable to me every day. I look forward to doing this. I look forward to reading from this book, from Asymmetries 1 to 260, in case you've forgotten. And I find it really interesting. There are all sorts of little details that I enjoy, like the way he tabbed things and the way that enables me through counting to be fairly accurate in terms of the placement of the words in relation to silences.
Yesterday I got past the halfway point, which caused me to reflect on the rather obvious thing that one gets satisfaction and an increasing feeling of excitement when that happens. Because typically I tend to undertake ambitious projects which are very difficult, and when I start in on the project, I think, what am I doing? I'll never get this done, etc., etc., etc. So 260 asymmetries seemed like quite the ordeal to me. And then I started off reading just 2 pages worth, which would usually be 2 or 3 asymmetries at a time. So it was very slow going, but now I'm up to about maybe as much as 30 in one sitting. Which means I've got less than 120 to go. And I do notice this in myself, the psychology, that when I reach a halfway point in doing something, I feel like, okay, I've really made progress now, and it's all downhill, so to speak, from here, meaning it's easier because with every step I'm getting even further past the halfway point. So today I will probably feel highly motivated to just keep going. And once I get into the flow of it, I really enjoy reading these. The hardest part is when I get to the pages that are printed in color, such as this one, because the yellow is just too hard for me to see. And sometimes when the font size is smaller than the average font size that's in these, it's difficult for me to see, and I have to hold the book up closer to my face. Anyway, if I can get up to, say, 170 or 180 today, I'll be pleased. Asymmetry 142. Seeing expression individual nature given expression individual opposites nature arises real individual expression individual nature directed individual real 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 expression. That one was particularly fun to read. Asymmetry 143. Process renewed opposites. Creative. Even. Style. Renewed. Even no. Even world. Even determines. Opposites. process opposites. Style infinite. Therefore, even style creative, renewed, even always therefore, infinite viewpoint, even viewpoint, even no, style therefore, York, late, even, style therefore, York. Asymmetry 144. School. Couldn't haystack obsession lay. Couldn't obsession unattractive lay dull. Nothing tones. Haystack also. York. School. Tones also. Couldn't nightly. Obsession beauty. School. Aesthetic. School. School. Ink obsession. Nothing. Obsession beauty. School. Aesthetic. School. School. Ink obsession. Lay also. York. Asymmetry 145. Paintings art influence Neolithic. Transformations influence. Neolithic Genji C. Art rise transformations. Influence Neolithic figures life. Uninvolved. Expressed Neolithic. Combination expressed. Neolithic expressed often. Life. Influence transformations. Hide influence combination. Transformations, rise, art, Neolithic, C. Futile, often, rise, most art, transformations, influence, often, Neolithic, C. Influence, Neolithic, figures, life, uninvolved, expressed, Neolithic, combination, expressed, Genji, expressed, Neolithic, Japan, influence, C. Expressed, expressed. Asymmetry 146. Secondary and century. Old New York. Decorations abuse. Refined. Yamato-e. End New York decorations. Century end. Tambourine. Uncommitted. Refined. Yamato-e. Old Loan decorations. New York end work, Yamato-e, old. Refined, Koenig. Decorations and century-old refined. Abuse. Tambourine. Increased. Old New York, secondary, abuse, bong, uncommitted secondary, end, refined and few increased. New York. End decorations. Yamato-e abuse. Modified abuse. Tambourine. Old end. Asymmetry 147. New enjoy work. Enjoy not Jacobins. One young. Work. One re. Forms. K. Asymmetry 148. Gomulka, October, must uncritically. Literary Khrushchev, attacks. October cult, turned October became express revisionist. Must uncritically same turned. Uncritically 1956 cult. Revisionist intellectuals. Turned intellectuals. Cult. Accused. Literary years. Literary intellectuals. Turned express revisionist, attacks revisionist years. Asymmetry 149. Regime's extension Gomulka. Intellectuals. Maintain extension sensing. Extension. Asymmetry 150. Danger apparently no generalized. Effectively regime. Apparently party apparently regime. Effectively no tradition. Luda year. No October. Generalized effectively, no effectively regime. Apparently Luda intellectuals. Asymmetry 151. Still tightening ideology literature. Tightening ideology greatest half. Tightening editor, not ideology, not greatest. Ideology discuss, shuns, editor, obviously literature. Asymmetry 152. America's metaphysical else. Reisman's inner. Contemporaries. America's metaphysical else. Tens, Americas preceded. Healthy yet spectrum. Intellectuals. Contemporaries. America's leisure. Else. Leisure. Spectrum else. Reisman's intellectuals. Else. Spectrum. Metaphysical Americas. Else. Leisure. Else. Leisure. Else. 19th century spectrum. Intellectuals. 19th century tens. Else. Leisure. Leisure. Asymmetry 153. Ancestor. Nineteenth century centers everyone. Social towns other reproduce. 19th century increasing. 19th century everyone towns. Everyone. Towns here. Centers everyone. 19th century towns underground. Reproduce years. Centers everyone, 19th century. Towns everyone reproduce. Social. Everyone violent, everyone reproduce. Years other, 19th century everyone. Social other centers ancestor. Lurks. Towns other whole. 19th century. Social. Other towns here. Reproduce. Reproduce every one person. Asymmetry 154. Face architecture. Chief's essay. Architecture. Remarkable complete. Nasagawa. Illustrious team essay. Complete team use remarkable essay. Complete other. matching preoccupations. Left, essay, team, essay. Essay, still, architecture, years. Asymmetry 155. Irregularly, Rama, enchanting. Game, unequaled life. Automobile. Rama, life. Years. Rama, automobile. Modern, automobile. Rama, automobile. Modern, automobile. Enchanting. New Cleveland. Have automobile. Asymmetry 156. Quality uncommon appears looking images. Top years. Uncommon 1939. Continuous one-man man. 1939. Appears picto. Graphic picto. Graphic. Eliminate appears result. Space. Looking 1 knocks. International. Not goodwill. Images man appears goodwill. Eliminate. Space. Top 1 picto. Graphic. Years eliminate appears result. Space. Picto. Graphic result appears. Picto. Graphic result appears. Picto. Graphic result appears. Picto. Asymmetry 157. Same assembly minute. excited. Assembly, same, excited. Minute. Bland. Local, younger. Minute. Ideas, 19th determination. Excited. Unity, things excited. Excited. Asymmetry 158. Opposites, past, opposites, such ideal. Together, environment. Such. Past, abstract, such, together. Past, abstract, such, together. Opposites, past, opposites, such, ideal. Together, environment. Such. Such, unite, coincide, history. Ideal, determining environment. Abstract. Leibniz. Together, opposites, Garmaker, environment. Together, Holocaust, environment. Asymmetry 159. Club, look, unsafe buildings. Unsafe narcotics, superintendent asked. Free emotions. Look, ormento. Knifing. Buildings. Look, delusional, gratuitous, superintendent. Asymmetry 160. Mailer Adele, important Levy, examined report. Adele, depressed, examined Levy, examined. Important mailer, psychiatrist, observation, report. 35. Adele, not 35. Levy, examined, voted yank. Examined. Asymmetry 161. Tax, ask. Asymmetry 162. Reduction Extravaganza Department Unfortunates Collections. Asymmetry 163. Law area went. Area restrictions. Eviction area. Went eviction number 22. Asymmetry 164. B. Asymmetry 165. Not oven tomorrows. Oven vane exploded. Not tomorrow's oven marriage. Oven rejection. Rejection oven exploded. Wedlock. Exploded. Drexel rejection. Exploded. Same. Asymmetry 166. Year edition Andre regular. Edition Dudley. Incidentally. Thought. Incidentally. Originally Newman. Asymmetry 167. Most opportunities. Supreme 3. Opportunity. Ties. Prime. Prime. Opportunity. Tease. Room. Three under number. Injured. 3 injured. El Supreme. Supreme under. Prime. Room. El most. El 3. Hospital room. L. Asymmetry 168. RAM auto machine. Auto, unlicensed, tried, oldest. Machine auto, caring hands investigation. Neighbors. Ebb. Asymmetry 169. Ghana's. Holmes afternoon. Negotiating afternoon. Stirred. Holmes oust man ate stirred. Afternoon. First tease ate romance. Negotiating oust. Negotiating. Negotiating ate Ghana's oust tease. Immediately afternoon. Tease, immediately negotiating. Ghana's. Afternoon. First tease ate romance. Negotiating oust. Negotiating. Stirred tease, immediately romance. Romance ate department. Asymmetry 170. Hazards approach. Asymmetry 171. Get exit thing. Exit. Asymmetry 172. Later afternoon, 281 Rome. Afternoon, Fridays, 281 Rome and Nelson. Orders, new. Two Warbow orders. $81 Ivan's Glamorous Hollywood's $250. 000 York orders new 81. Rome orders movie 81. Asymmetry 173. Makes. Autumn killed. Eddie success. Autumn undeniable traffic. Undeniable makes notion killed. Interested Liz. Liz. Eddie d'affaires. Eddie d'affaires. D'affaires. Asymmetry 174. Recognition. Encourage church overture. Green glass. NUF. Important. Taking important overture. NUF. Encourage NUF. Church overture unknown. Recognition. Appear green glass. Encourage. Church held unknown. Recognition. Church held. Overture violence. Encourage recognition. Taking unknown. Recognition. Encourage. Green glass recognition. Encourage, encourage. NUF green glass lacks appear. Savage, savage. NUF unknown frame. Important mind points overture. Recognition. Taking appear. NUF taking. Taking appear knowledge important. NUF green glass. Accordingly. Conditions, conditions only. Race definite. Inner content. Notion growth. Localities. Young. Career ad. Reason extremely even request. Chapter helping also pure. Blooded. Zismus. Employee replied. Airplane whistle thunder ink. Opinion pound. Radiator plank. Involuntarily, naturally. Inherency one nature. Lemon trees. Airplane. Road one aflame. Whistle. Duty. Thunder. Didn't inherency. Ink 9. Data never things. Edge wall. Task absurdity. Suppositions no. Imploringly more people life. Hallway ink. All large light. Only. Sky trees. Rome indignant named. Go look yield. Series exclusively repeated. Nerve Eisenhower. Important. Empty. Roll van. Shutter. Excellent. George employment other Rob Gaff. E. No. New. Once right. Let Ed. Thanks. Yes. Emergencies. Standing. Asymmetry 175. Things have interest. Now. Great something. Have aim vary everything. Interest. Now. Things, everything, respect. Everything, something, things. Now. Occidental hold. Great respect, everything, aim, things. Something, occidental, middle. Everything, things have. Interest. Now. Great. Asymmetry 176. Room. Objects, microscope. Objects, blows, joins, enormous. Confidence, translate. Stenography. Objects, blows, joins, enormous. Confidence, translate. stenography, microscope, impairs confidence room, Asymmetry 177. System years system Tokyo, enemy Matsukata. Years enemy art reason system. System years system Tokyo, enemy Matsukata. Tokyo owns Kirchner years owns. Enemy no enemy Matsukata years. Matsukata art Tokyo system Utrillos Kirchner art Tokyo art. Asymmetry 178. Église Gallery, London, in stances, scant, Église, Gallery Alley, London, London, Église reproduces, yet, London, owner no D, owner no, in stances, no scant, third alley, Asymmetry 179. Canvas artist 1948, valueless artist seam. Artist repetition, Tivoli. Ippolito seam, Tivoli. (1948) Ippolito, 1948 Esti. Tivoli. Esti, Esti, 1948, 51, only repetition, Tivoli, years, everyone Ippolito, generous, held Tivoli, valueless artist last unaffected everyone, Last everyone seem. Artist repetition Tivoli. Ippolito seem Tivoli. Seem everyone musée. Asymmetry 180. Dart allow remote trompe l'oeil. Allow letter optimistic. Works. Remote elimination met optimistic. Trompe l'oeil. Elimination. Asymmetry 181. Avant-garde varied avant-garde 9th century 13th century genres. Avant-garde, realism dominated, expression, ism. Varied avant-garde realism illuminates, expression, ism dominated. Avant-garde varied avant-garde 9th century 13th century genres. Avant-garde realism dominated, expression, ism. 9th century illuminates 9th century 13th century humanistic Cézanne expression, ism 9th century 13th century unveiled. Realism years. Asymmetry 182. Meaning elements atmosphere. 19th century institution, 19th century great elements, ladder elements, meaning elements, 19th century tissue, 17 atmosphere, tissue, meaning, owing, 17 paths, Harpignies, elements, Ravier, elements, 19th century institution, 19th century elements, tissue, elements, 19th century, tissue, harpenies. Asymmetry 183. Veritable, easily realistic isabes, testimonial, archimbaldesque, biennials latter day, easily. Easily archimbaldesque Schwitters, isabes latter day, Yugoslavia. Realistic, easily archimbaldesque latter day, isabes Schwitters, testimonial isabes, consagra. Isabes Schwitters archimbaldesque, biennials easily, Yugoslavia. Schwitters, testimonial easily Schwitters, testimonial, isabes Minguzzi, oh not, isabes archimbaldesque, latter day, archimbaldesque realistic consagra, isabes Minguzzi, biennials, o latter day, decorative. Asymmetry 184. Dignity intelligent Germandi, not intelligent today's years. Intelligent, not today's aesthetics. Lean, intelligent. Germandi aesthetics, not today's. Germandi habitually aesthetics. Repre, scented melancholy. All not, devoid intelligent. Not aught today's. Intelligent, not today's aesthetics. Lean. Intelligent Germandi aesthetics. Not today's. Today's ought devoid. All years. San Gimignano. Years aesthetics. All represented. San Gimignano. Asymmetry 185. Beehives, eloquent, eloquent handwriting. Iconoclasts, vision, eloquent seas. Asymmetry 186. Every thing view. Every thing restore young, tolerate, have introduction, neo-Kantian German, view, introduction, every thing, world, every thing view, every thing restore young, tolerate, have introduction, neo-Kantian German, restore every thing time, overcrowded, restore every. Asymmetry 187. Books official Kandinsky, the 16th century. Official figure, intense, contact, intense adventure, leading, official figure, intense, contact, intense adventure, leading, Kandinsky, adventure now direct, intense now, 16th century Kandinsky, York. Sixteenth century intense, Asymmetry 188. Thus hand, unconscious spirit, hand, accent. Asymmetry 189. Peace. Asymmetry 190. Poems 1 Evtushenko movie showing. One now Evtushenko. Very 20. 000 Union. Showing here Evtushenko. Now kind one. Movie 1. Very icons. Evtushenko. Showing best one hole icons. Now game. Asymmetry 191. First ineffectual red surface tuppies. Ineffectual neutrality exception. Frames exception. Components. Tuppies. Unity. Also. Let. Red exception determines. Surface unity red frames also. Components. Exception. Tuppies also. Past ineffectual exception surface. Whew. Well, I read 50. More than I predicted I would read. And I'm exhausted. Asymmetry 192. Future. Unity thought, unity run eminent. Unity no intellect thought. Young. Thought harsh orange. Unity German. Harsh thought. Unity no intellect thought. Young. Run unity no. Eminent. Manaker. Intellect no. Eminent no thought. Asymmetry 193. Favors abstract violets opulent. Rest. Strokes. Abstract ballet strokes. Turret rest. Abstract canvases turret. Violet's Italian opulent literally. Eyes turret strokes. Opulent pluming umber. Literally. Eyes. Now turret. Rest. Asymmetry 194. Showing Harvey Orenstein work implies new. Galleries. Harvey Adam Tessier reproducing Von Weigen, especially years. Orenstein reproducing especially not. Showing tablecloth especially implies not. Work Orenstein reproducing Kylie implies mandala painted last implies especially showing. Not Orenstein tablecloth. Galleries Adam Tessier last especially reproducing implies especially showing. Asymmetry 195. Howard Old Wells All. Romantic. Disappointing. Old, languidly disappointing. Wells, Embry, languidly. Asymmetry 196. Idea, disciple even ask. Disciple idea, susceptible created idea, preceded lifetime even. Even variance, even natural. Ask susceptible knowable. Asymmetry 197. Worldly organic rise limits deeply. Limits yet. Organic rise God absolute. Not. Immemorial conceived. rise immemorial susceptible, empirical, God organic deeply, absolute, biblical susceptible, organic limits, unthinkable. Testament, empirical, not organic testament, immemorial mercy, mercy, empirical mercy, organic rise immemorial, absolute, limits. Asymmetry 198. Worldly organic rise limits deeply limits, yet organic rise God absolute, not immemorial conceived, rise immemorial susceptible empirical, limits immemorial mercy. Immemorial, testament susceptible, deeply empirical empirical, Parmenides limits yet, limits immemorial mercy. Immemorial, testament susceptible, yet empirical testament. Asymmetry 199. Plato life. Aesthetic transcending only life. Infinite foundation enduring, aesthetic enduring situated transcending hidden enduring transcending infinite calculable trans Asymmetry 200. Knowledge not only willingness, life. Enduring decision, give, enduring,
not only tasks, only not life. Years. Willingness idea, life. Life. Idea, not give, not enduring, stream, life. Inevitable first, enduring not decision, ultimate, ruinous inevitable, not give, decision, enduring comprehensive, inevitable stream, inevitable only not, give. Asymmetry 201. Conscientious objector, no subject conscientious. Individuals essentially no training. Individuals objector, unorthodox subject. Objector B, leaf justice, essentially conscientious. Training, objector reason. B, leaf, essentially legally individuals, essentially file. Justice, unorthodox subject, training, individuals conscientious essentially. Essentially subject, essentially. No training, individuals, anarchists. Legally, youth.
Asymmetry 201. Conscientious objector, no subject conscientious. Individuals essentially no training. Individuals objector, unorthodox subject. Objector B, leaf justice, essentially conscientious. Training, objector reason. B, leaf, essentially legally individuals, essentially file. Justice, unorthodox subject, training, individuals conscientious essentially, essentially subject, essentially, no training, individuals, anarchists, legally, youth. Conscientious objector, no subject. Conscientious individuals, essentially no training. Individuals objector, unorthodox subject. Training religious anarchists. Individuals, no individuals, no Greek. Objector B, leaf justice, essentially conscientious. Training, objector reason. Asymmetry 202. Conscientious objector, no subject. Conscientious individuals, essentially no training. Individuals objector, unorthodox subject. Objector B, leaf justice, essentially conscientious training. Objector reason. No objector. Subject unorthodox B, leaf justice, essentially conscientious training. Conscientious objector, no subject. Conscientious individuals, essentially no training. Individuals objector, unorthodox subject. Individuals, no death. Individuals, villages. Individuals, death, unorthodox, anarchists. Legally, subject. Essentially subject, subject, essentially. No training. Individuals, anarchists. Asymmetry 203. Evictions, villages, including cooperative, $28.50, including owners naked, sick, villages, including Lord A goods, evictions, sick, including naked, cooperative Lord use, danger, including naked, goods, cooperative owners past, evictions, reap, a $28.50, including villages, evictions, $28.50, work, evictions, naked, $28.50, yearning, evictions, including goods, Asymmetry 204. Still, took, island little little, took, out knowing, island still. Little angels nothing, did, little island took, little everything, little island took, little everything. Asymmetry 205. Silence, island. Lordship eyes no, cable eyes, island. Silence, lordship anchor no, descended, lordship oars rapidly descended silence, hand island. Praying. Asymmetry 206. Lord old remained doing, old Lord doing, remained eyes mercy aright. Indistinctly. Not eyes doing, doing old indistinctly. Not ground. Asymmetry 207. Raised away important sum everything. Decide. Away warriors away yesterday. Important mean? Pitied one raised time. Away. Now. Time. Someone mean? Everything. Everything. Very everything. raised yesterday, time have, important, now. Good. Decide everything. Collectors. Important, decide everything. Asymmetry 208. Pilgrimage. Irene lay gentle report Irene means acceptable. Gentle each. Irene report each not each. Lay acceptable. Year. Gentle each not to lay each. Report each. Pilgrimage. Ownership. Report to. Irene report each not each. Means each acceptable. Not small. Acceptable. Combat each. Pilgrimage. Too acceptable. Bish. Ups, lay. Each. Gentle each not to lay each. Each acceptable. Combat house. Asymmetry 209. Improve. Month's property remains. Other village. Asymmetry 210. Made agree displaced. Expense. Agree give recompense expense. Displaced. Inspector scandals property. Love agree country expense. Displaced. Expense. Asymmetry 211. City. Interest. Translated yellow. Interest. No translated easiest rifle easiest. Square. roll, translated, translated rifle, another, no squir, roll, loaned another, translated, easiest did, yellow, easiest loaned, loaned open. Why? Asymmetry 212. Pathetic author. Time, life, heightened evade. Time, life, implemented. Comprehensive. Author. Uniting. Time, life, heightened often. Reading. Time, life, implemented. Meditation. Evade, loved. Implemented. File, evade. Heightened, evade, implemented. Gentleness. Heightened, time, life. Evade, not evade, difference. Evade. Void. Author. Difference. Evade. Time, life, implemented. Asymmetry 213. Quotes used up. Posing, teaching, educated, social. Used, social, educated, different. Up. Posing. People. People. Up. Posing. Teaching, educated, anyone. Court, hut. To rights. Intrinsically know, give. Intrinsically know, give. Social. Educated, different. Used, court, anyone. Teaching, educated, different. Social, up. Posing, court. Intrinsically, anyone. Life. Asymmetry 214. Surplus, up. Rev, Aleutians, proletariat. Lenin, up. Surplus, up, proletariat. Rev, Aleutians exist, visit, obeying. Lenin, up to. Gather. In. Distinctive, wants, name. Surplus. Proletariat, rev. Aleutians, wants, Lenin. Exist, to. Gather, assert. Ing, rev. Aleutians, in. Distinctive, assert. Ing. To. Gather. Lenin exists, name, in. Distinctive, name. Up, proletariat. Surplus. Up, rev. Aleutians, proletariat. Lullaby. Untruly. Lucifers. Pain available ingredient. Loans. News, Alba. Yea, issue. Arthritis, rule through hand ritual. Use sundial, impelling through. Envies. Infinite. Let earnest. 3 impending stretching. Then, if fell, last degree, focal outside. Now, since no office then wasn't ultimate. One away whence ambassador yield broad richest out uptold overcome adorn diverse Kuo unpenetrated only Yogin's only Genroko important now. Sudden, ultimate lucid, thinking imagination, experience, measure, ask to, answer, one, know everywhere.
Asymmetry 215. Autobiography used take ing old bundles infinite old girl rarely autobiography past humiliation years used some ear difficult take ing autobiography keep infinite not girl old love difficult bundles used not difficult love ear some infinite not friends infinite not infinite ear old love difficult girl infinite rarely love rarely Autobiography, rarely ear. Love. Asymmetry 216. Worker. Ovambaland, re. Nounce knowledge. Ecumenical, re. Nounce. Ovambaland, Valerian Angsgar mission. Bishop Ovambaland. List Ansgar needs. Different. Re. Nounce ecumenical needs. Ovambaland use needs. Christians ecumenical. Knowledge needs. Ovambaland, worker, liturgical, ecumenical disobedience, God, ecumenical, ecumenical Christians use mission, ecumenical needs. Ivy, Christians Ansgar list. Re. Nounce ecumenical needs. Ovambaland use needs. Christians ecumenical. Asymmetry 217. Fact any. Curve time. Any not younger. Curve. Up. Right. Visit eyes. Time International Mart. Lick eyes. Asymmetry 218. Nelson. Ed lunch surprised once. Nelson. Ed down. Lunch U-turn Nelson. Cons holding surprised U-turn, really. Place. Really. Inside. Surprised Ed down. Once. Nelson. Cons Ed. Nelson. Ed lunch surprised once. Nelson. Asymmetry 219. Started 3 all. Tematic roadway 3, even downtown. 3 hide. Roadway even. All. Tematic up 3 Ogden midway all. Tematic 3 innocent. Catholic. Roadway Ogden all. Tematic downtown. Working all. Tematic. Yelling. Three hide. Roadway even. Even visitors even nothing. Downtown Ogden working nothing. 3 Ogden working nothing. Asymmetry 220. Often fugitive. Two ex-cons never. Fugitive. Used to get innocent. Visiting. Ex-cons. Asymmetry 221. Nuts. Unlikely. Tear Eve sleeping. Unlikely. Nuts. Look. Inspector. Keaton.
Eve. Look, yes. Tear Eve. Addicts. Radio. Sleeping, look, Eve, Eve, pure. Inspector, nuts. Game. Asymmetry 222. Up pairs. Pairs all in rope story. Asymmetry 223. Association state. Ville. State. Ville only. Chuckled innocent association. Asymmetry 224. Man. Assembly 99. Assembly CC escaping man. Born lamb years. "99 informers, 99 escaping tattle years, 99 informers, 99 escaping." Asymmetry 225. Each asleep. Chair hotel. Asleep. Stared larceny each. Police. Chair hotel asleep. Immoral. Stoolies. Rich. Hotel. Only tried each lied. Asymmetry 226. Age get easy. Get easy time. Easy already shadow years. Asymmetry 227. Later, America 10 minute, every. Asymmetry 228. Employer months. Press Louvre's 1 youth. Employer Russell. Months 1 nocturnes. Tate Henry sold. Press Russell employer sold. Louvre's 1 painting. Unhappy Velasquez. Russell employer sold. One nocturnes. Employer. Youth. 1 unhappy Tate Henry. Employer months. Press Louvre's 1 youth. Employer Russell. Russell unhappy sold employer. Louvre's. Asymmetry 229. Blackball list. No telegraph. Company or brokerage office will hire you. Les give me a job. The hiring boss at the Associated and looked ready to climb the wall when he heard. Asymmetry 230. Bearded Bolshevik with a bomb under my coat. I read the Union literature and enough. All 10 of the informers were fired, including the Ansonia Saloon. Roger. A divided or deviated septum is an occupational railroad, telegraphers, went west and wangled a job from Denver and Rio Grande Railroad. The pay was magnificent. $185 a month. Enough. All 10 of the informers were fired, including the Denver and Rio Grande Railroad. Asymmetry 231. Elegaic Picasso, red bonnet. Latest enthusiasm is for Dubuffet. Elegaic Picasso, red bonnet. Guillard. Chronologically, the latest works are, in some of its more ambitious, Alive with Big, Costs Were Low, and I Sent. Latest enthusiasm is for Dubuffet. Alive with Big, to help out the family. Elegaic Picasso, red bonnet. Sent small gifts to help out the family. Elegaic Picasso, red bonnet. Latest enthusiasm is for Dubuffet. Elegaic Picasso, red bonnet. Asymmetry 232. Clara, the girl telegrapher, back. Lone exhibition opening at, although I never had reflection of his goodness and happy, although I never had lone exhibition opening at out, although I never had not just, although I never had lone exhibition opening at town. He was born and died out. Understanding of nature. Gun. Guess he was born and died. Reflection of his goodness and happy. Asymmetry 233. Prayer, ritual, articulate, yet, expression, ritual, ritual image television, usually, articulate, life, articulate, ritual television, image, cheaply, usually, life, articulate, television, yet expression television, expression. Asymmetry 234. Don't like you, depot. One finds it also. Night in. To the. One finds it also. Night in. Effort to. Succeed. Night in which his father placed, going to run me out, him, he, painted arduously for over, to the, one finds it also. Asymmetry 235. Town. Mr. Nottingham? Of sales. He was a want to. Next day. Of sales. Asymmetry 236. stove that way in of the mail car on the versatility. It shows Corot the experimenter. Enlist in the Navy. The Nottinghams. That way in half, and the Corot that way in of the father. Living in Franklin Park. Versatility. It shows Corot the experimenter. Range. Illustrates Corot's words there. All right, well, just like yesterday, I've been having to clear my throat too much, so I think I should probably stop. I've only got another 24 more to go, so I imagine I'll finish this tomorrow, except for the afterword. So that'll be another day.
Asymmetry 237. Chicago suburb. He saw that Chicago suburb. Angel had getting back on other. Surprises may develop. For example, he, ear for Morse signals. I saw that. Chicago suburb. He, I saw that. Chicago suburb. Angel had getting back on other. Angel had name. Collins was heading for Cushing, negative, getting back on, ear for Morse signals. Lake Como. Asymmetry 238. (1834) And the view, interest in a hotel. The, gradually, in this painting, had a tire shop in. There are no sudden 1834, 1834, now, all I, there are no sudden, had a tire shop in this painting. Raymond needed a helper. He had, there are no sudden year to earn it. Clara and far, foreground where. Asymmetry 239. Married on April 22nd. A couple is dancing. Returning to the west. Returning to the west is framed. Every body was buying distance. This a couple is dancing. Returning to the west, every body was buying the view of, using up, returning to the west, Naples is framed. Naples is the gang I ever had around there. Returning to the west, every Asymmetry 240. Space, painted, and showing no cars if Chicago's 1835. in it, painted, and showing no is taken from not the 1835. In it, deal with too young and showing no, not deal with too young cars if Chicago's and showing no radically different from all space 1835. Asymmetry 241. Lads who would work hard too, as Giotto, door. My trucks hold the beer. Something of as Giotto, something of door. My trucks hold the beer. Of run into any given district. I something of much early as 1848 his painting. Mysteries. Too small for the law to. He followed this last into the picture. Asymmetry 242. utterance with, when left alone, face, time, first as a labor skate, time, first as a labor skate, explains the great, remember having, and no more illegal than lollipops or copy nature. This explains the great time, first as a labor skate, is evident from his mating season. Gilbert liked me, explains the great time. First as a labor skate is evident from his Asymmetry 243. Even less versatile figure painters, even less not only versatile figure painters, even less reading figure 1 are shown. Saloon on a great richness of color and 220 in the long words about enzymes, even less versatile figure painters, even less not only on up. I told 220 would on up. Asymmetry 244. Never elixir of all vision of his elixir of all Roselle, he said, I built elixir of all Love continued from page I was on thee. Asymmetry 245A. Inclusion of hindsight. A. Not going contributes to lad and handing them the key up stood in open inclusion of hindsight. A. Order. Asymmetry 245B. Friends and relations. And it shows regarded with the same fondness in short of his roots, enjoyed number deliveries. I bought a half, suffered a severe, regarded with the same fondness, enjoyed, Greece last, and had them painted like, regarded with the same fondness, deliveries. I bought a half, enjoyed deliveries. I bought a half, in short of his roots, number enjoyed. Asymmetry 246. Used by the, similar to the painting described, engine throttled down, distortions. It is more similar to the painting described. It doesn't take much arithmetic to more interesting way.
The, it, doesn't take much arithmetic to, laterally. As for net profit, the, recent, some, older, are far, engine throttled down. Night black and star white. Graft did we pay? How? It doesn't take much arithmetic to. Night black and star white. Engine throttled down. Asymmetry 247. Extracted from Asymmetry 248. The stone. Curtains of velvety have erotic events. Washes of forlorn are explored by vacation spots, I hunted, to erotic events. Washes of forlorn erotic events. Washes of forlorn reminds me of the stone. Curtains of velvety in curious surrealist overtones. Asymmetry 249. Wisconsin Lake. I hooked in this artist's hyperactive career simultaneously shook his head. My reel jammed. Chicago. Only one thing to do. Shook his head. My reel jammed in This artist's hyperactive career simultaneously, nobody can. Nobody can. In this artist's hyperactive career, simultaneously, nobody can. Shook his head. My reel jammed. Asymmetry 250. Two-man affair. We had one-man magazine. The paintings, me, an important Antoinette were a nonsense. He was we had extremely talented one. Prices unquoted. T. One-man magazine. The paintings, nonsense. He was extremely talented one. Prices unquoted. T. Me. An important Antoinette were a nonsense. He was Edward. Don't pay. Water. Later. Colors. American 10-minute. Every. Colored ink. Drawings. Any. Reunion in Montmartre. To the telephone rang with don't pay. Went don't pay on one has encountered out here for horror knows and in a house's minute to what he has to say. Went on one has encountered expand a little knows out in the country and in a nose minute to the telephone rang Edward water colors out here for colored ink drawings or any houses to what he has to say up to sons out here in a decent way to the telephone rang. Asymmetry 251. Lot. Bigger target than a muskie. On the most ambiguous and mysterious, the firing conditions were ideal. On the most ambiguous and mysterious, 1943, in Getting Me, the firing conditions were ideal. He, every roadhouse, drug. Asymmetry 252. Paints from 2-2 and grocery in outlying is never car read a gun except the dimensions colors need to suburban Kikaro speakeasies. His brother Asymmetry 253. Make themselves and
Al himself telephoned, kind of magnetic empties out to our Al himself telephoned, lambent horizontal, kind of magnet. I gave him a number discount, price of $37.50 a empties out to our make themselves and poetic. They are the big. I gave him a empties out to our stately basso. Asymmetry 254. Order. The brew. Asymmetry 255. Profundo chords. And yet they are replied, well, the boys told on 50 leakers. I'll check on. Up, mainly of woodblocks put. New, crew in the cooperage. Disposal. And as the icing on replied, well, the boys told, else altogether, profundo chords, and yet they are like the limelight and in the Asymmetry 256. Mind in precisely the right places. 1931. My name wasn't mentioned prominently. Desolate. In precisely the right places. 1931. My name wasn't mentioned prominently. 1931, my name wasn't mentioned prominently, imprecisely, the right places. 1931, my name wasn't mentioned prominently, exhibited, the, exhibited, exhibited. 1931, my name wasn't mentioned prominently, the, humming in and out and between. Asymmetry 257. Pay, pers. Capone envied me my abstractions are thin, pay, pers. Capone envied me my emotional inflection. Prices, Rio and Willie, Siporin, Nordness, once, worked, abstractions are thin, bar, road, Siporin, Nordness, once worked, two, Rio and Willie, abstractions are thin, closet for window dressing. Two, Asymmetry 258. Edward, don't pay, water, colors, colored ink, drawings, any, reunion in Montmartre, with, don't pay, don't pay, one has encountered, knows, and in a minute to what he has to say. One has encountered, knows, and in a
minute, Edward, water, colors, colored ink drawings, any, to, what he has to say. Asymmetry 259. The telephone rang. Went on out here for horror houses. Went on, expand a little, out in the country, nose, to the telephone rang. Out here for houses. Up 2 sons, out here in a decent way. To the telephone rang. Asymmetry 260. And you law enforcement people have families. Night. Disarmed him of a meat cleaver. Night.
Afterword. In October 1960, I was living with Iris Lezak in the South Bronx on Hoe Avenue near 163rd Street and Southern Boulevard. Iris had been living with me there since April. We married in February 1962, and our children were born in March 1963 and February 1966. Now it is early 1980. Iris and I have been separated for nearly 9 years and divorced for more than a year. 17-year-old Mordecai Mark, when he's home from college, and 14-year-old Clarinda continue to live with me, as they have since Iris moved away in 1971. We then lived, as we had since 1969, in our second Bronx place, about 4 blocks south of what was then New York University's Bronx campus, where I was then teaching, and is now Bronx Community College. It was the upper story of a 2-family house owned by the Jamaican pastor of a Harlem church, who lived on the lower floor with her often changing household. The children and I have been living since September 1975 in a 6-floor loft in the Washington Market area on the lower west side of Manhattan, real estate speculators Tribeca. Mordecai Mark graduated from Stuyvesant High School in June 1979, and now he's going to Princeton, earning for himself whatever is needed beyond the financial aid given by the government. the university, and a United Federation of Teacher Scholarship. Clorinda is a ninth grader in her third year at Hunter College High School, which begins with seventh grade. There she's acted in Pirandello's Six Characters, Van Drayton's I Remember Mama, and Robert Penn Warren's All the King's Men. She plans to become a chemist. In 1960, Dwight Eisenhower was completing his second term, and in a vain attempt to succeed him, Richard Nixon, his vice president, was futilely battling ill-fated John Kennedy. Relations between the Eisenhower administration and Fidel Castro's revolutionary regime in Cuba had worsened rapidly since earlier in 1960, when Castro, during a trip to Washington and New York, had visited the Bronx Zoo. I'd happened to be there the morning he and his entourage had unfolded themselves from the tiny zoo train and, looking like cheerful khaki-clad giants, had stood waving at the Nordamericanos and Puerto Ricanos. Earlier that morning, while waiting in the adjacent park for the zoo to open, after signing for an unemployment insurance check nearby, I'd written a long letter, the first in a long time, to Iris Lezak, then still living with her first husband, an urbanologist in Levittown, New Jersey, which they were studying as participant observers. The United States was already involved in South Vietnam, though few Americans knew it, and North Vietnam and the new South Vietnamese National Liberation Front had begun operations against the U.S.-supported South Vietnamese government, which called them both Viet Cong. This Vietnam War would come into the open during the next few years, and American advisors would be succeeded by American planes, tanks, and fighting men as the war intensified incredibly during the administrations of Kennedy, Johnson, and Nixon. It would kill millions of soldiers and civilians and lead to worldwide protests, especially by young people. And it would end with the withdrawal of U.S. forces and the triumph of the oligarchic, then North, Vietnamese state capitalist regime that calls itself socialist and democratic. Today, hundreds flee from it daily in rickety boats. During the war, some pacifists, such as myself, warned our fellow opponents of U.S. involvement not to idealize the North Vietnamese government and the NLF, and that they and the regime they would set up when U.S. forces left were and would be authoritarian and repressive in their own ways. A minority within the anti-war movement, we emphasize that, whatever came afterwards, U.S. military action had to be ended because of its unimaginable destructiveness, and because the U.S. government had no business supporting one authoritarian side against the other in another country's civil war, not because the other side was necessarily good. Now, many who both opposed U.S. involvement and supported North Vietnam and the NLF are surprised and appalled at many actions of the communist regime. We who are equally appalled but not surprised don't have the heart to say, "We told you so." And even we suspect that this revolutionary regime might not have been quite so severe had not the U.S. government established and supported so massively and destructively the right-wing dictatorship called a republic that these so-called Marxist-Leninists displaced. Well underway in 1960, the civil rights movement was to climax in the long-planned March on Washington in 1963 and the long, hot summer of 1964, when the Mississippi Project's voter registration campaign was greatly intensified by hundreds of volunteers from all over the country, despite strong resistance from segregationists, and riots swept northern cities' black ghettos. During this time, black replaced Negro, and the slogan Black Power became popular. Now, in 1980, the civil rights of black people are better protected than formerly, and millions vote in elections who formerly would have risked their lives had they even attempted to do so. Black and white children go to the same schools, often bused to them by court orders. However, this legally enforced integration has engendered a shocking backlash. Fights between black and white students, violence against black students bused into white neighborhoods, legal setbacks to affirmative action, and a resurgence of Ku Klux Klan groups and even Nazi parties. And millions of blacks and Hispanics are unemployed, including half the youth. Although in 1960 movements for the rights of women and of homophilic people of both sexes did exist, they comprised a relatively small number of dedicated individuals. Ruth Hirschberger had already begun her major feminist work, Adam's Rib, in 1939, when I first met her and other young feminists at the University of Chicago, and the late Paul Goodman was openly bisexual and publicly defended sexual freedom long before 1938, when I first met him at the U of C Poetry Club. However, psychological doctors still try to cure women of uppiness and homosexuals of their erotic nature. Human beings had not yet stepped on the moon or sent their machines to other planets, although they'd sent them into orbit in that outer space into which their bodies had not yet ventured. The presidencies of Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, and Carter were yet to come, but the threat of atomic war had hung over the world for a decade and a half. Performances, readings, and publications in 1960 and later. In my artistic life, 1960 saw the first public performances of some of my simultaneities. These are works for groups of speakers, vocalists, and very often instrumentalists, some of which include slides, films, videotapes, or other visual elements. In the front of this book, I've detailed methods that may be used in performing asymmetries as simultaneities. My first such work had been 21-21-29, the fifth biblical poem for three simultaneous voices, composed in January 1955 and first performed privately for the composer Henry Cowell in Stony Point, New York in spring 1955 by John Cage, M.C. Richards, the poet, potter, and author, and myself. Semi-private performances of other simultaneities took place in John Cage's new school classes in the late 50s and early 1960. Performers included fellow students such as George Brecht, Alan Capro, Toshi Ishiyanagi, Dick Higgins, and Al Hansen. None of my simultaneities, mostly composed by systematic chance operations and realized through performances' spontaneous choices as to use of given materials, guided by close attention to all aspects of performance situations and sometimes by regulatory notations and or real-time chance systems, were performed publicly before May 1960, when John Bull Pack was performed in a program of happenings organized by Al Hansen at Pratt Institute, Brooklyn. That same month, Headline Glass Material Buildings was performed by over 20 people in a program of American vocal music at Carnegie Recital Hall, and Schoenheit accompanied a dance by Tim Lafarge in a program at the Living Theater of Dances by students of the late James Waring. None of these works have been published. Then in June 1960, my first chance-composed play, The Marrying Maiden, a Play of Changes, written in 1958 with 3 types of regulatory notation added in 1959, opened at the Living Theater, directed by Judith Molina, with decor by Julian Beck and music by John Cage. Presented once a week, it ran about a year. That August, the first realization of the simultaneous version of Stanzas for Iris Lizak, an extensive collection of chance-generated stanzaic acrostic poems written May to October 1960, but not published until 1972 by the Something Else Press, occurred during a program of new music presented at the Living Theater by the audio-visual group organized by Al Hansen and Dick Higgins. And late that year, at the urging of the poet Diane Wachowski, I began reading my poetry publicly at a coffee house on East 10th Street where serious poets had recently begun reading their works. Before 1960, my work had appeared in many magazines and one anthology, and I'd read it to small groups of friends as well as in Cage's classes at the New School, but never publicly. Since 1960, my poetry, music, simultaneities, and plays have been read, performed, and published in many places in the United States and Canada, in Mexico, in most Western European countries, and in Australia and Japan. I've presented them myself at universities, museums, and other performance spaces in the United States, Canada, England, Scotland, Wales, and the Netherlands, taking part in sound poetry festivals in London, 1975 and 1978, Glasgow, 1978, and Toronto, 1978, as well as in the annual New York Festivals of the Avant-Garde. beginning with the second one in 1964. Several books of my work have been published, and it has appeared in over 20 anthologies and many magazines. Some poems in this book have appeared in magazines published in the United States, Mexico, and England, and in an anthology. Had I space, I would go on a long time with the then and nowing without exhausting the meaning implicit in the fact that I wrote the asymmetries in this book in 1960, but I'm writing these words in 1980. Let me cease worrying this 2-decade leap. Immediate background of the asymmetries. The first of these numbered asymmetries were written during Halloween week 1960. I had just completed the poems and prose pieces included in Stanzas for Iris Lezak. In most of those stanzaic acrostic chants poems, each stanza is an aleatory acrostic of an index string, usually the poem's title, which in most cases is that of the source text. The poems are aleatory in that since I'd chosen the source text, usually spontaneously in the course of my reading, and the index string, I'd bring into the poem whatever words or later strings, beginning successively with the successive letters of the index string, appearing in the source text as I read through it. In the earlier stanzas poems, the index string was spelled out in single words, and I omitted every word having the required initial letter. Often I repeated words within each stanza when a letter was repeated in the index string. But soon I came to exclude most structure words from single-word poems. I omitted all lexical words, nouns, verbs, adjectives, and adverbs, but only let in a scattering of the more nearly lexical structure words, most pronouns, and certain prepositions, etc., that I perceived at the moment as having an appreciable semantic weight. As the summer advanced, I began writing aleatory stanzaic acrostic poems made up of multi-word linguistic units, various types of strings from short phrases to whole sentences, according to which unit was chosen or given to me by chance operations for all or part of a stanza or whole poem. Each string began with the first word having the acrostically required initial letter that I came upon while reading. Often I use the kind of string that runs from the first word with the required initial letter to the first punctuation mark. A variant runs to the first end mark. Sometimes I mixed various types of linguistic units within certain stanzas of whole poems, using random digits to determine the linguistic unit or group of units admitted into each stanza, and in each mixed stanza, the unit for each place in it, that is, for each index string letter. Eventually I constructed a chart listing 40 types of stanzas and producing examples of most of them. This chart is drawn in red on the inside of the back cover of Notebook 1960, number 4, which contains many later stanzas poems. The stanzas story, A Greater Sorrow, made with words from previously written stanzas poems, the first 77 asymmetries, and a few unrelated performance scores. Then on 23 September 1960, after having written since May most of the stanzaic poems later published in stanzas, I began writing those in the book having asymmetry in their titles. First, second, third, fourth, asymmetry for Iris, pages 292 to 96, 342 to 44, asymmetry from Krishnamurti's Education and the Significance of Life, page 321, asymmetry from Dahlberg on his mother, 23rd of September 60, page 322, asymmetry from the Catholic Worker, September 1960, and Kenneth Walker on Gurdjieff, 24th of September 1960, page 323, etc. These consciously asymmetrical poems were a departure within my aleatory work. Since December 1954, when I had begun using systematic chants to generate verbal works, I had used chant systems principally to produce works that are symmetrical, in that they comprise repeating patterns composed of events, linguistic events, words, strings, or syllables. My first chance-generated poems, the 5 biblical poems, December 1954 to January 1955, also include silences as events, each notated as a 3-sided box, and equal in duration to the silent saying of any word chosen by the reader. However, I place numbers indicating slow counts or seconds of silence at ends of lines and stanzas of most poems written after January 1955 and before April 1960. Thus in these, the only events in the patterns are linguistic ones, and the silences constitute a separate interlocking system. There are, however, asymmetrical exceptions, notably Doña Rita, Joseph Conrad, 1958. In writing this poem, I translated a passage from Conrad's autobiographical Mirror of the Sea, one telling about his experiences as a gun runner, into a series of words drawn by numerical chants from his novel The Arrow of Gold, in which the charismatic woman who had led the Carlist gun-running operation in which Conrad had been involved as a young seaman is translated into the character Doña Rita, who heads a similar operation in the novel. The asymmetry of this poem is due principally to the fact that the word was drawn from the novel for every letter in the passage from the autobiographical Mirror. Ends of words in Mirror caused ends of lines. Ends of sentences and typographical lines cued strophe breaks that are certainly not stanza breaks. Since prose passages are composed of successive words of irregularly varying lengths, the number of words in successive lines of the poem varies irregularly. And since sentences and typographical lines include irregularly varying numbers of words, the number of lines in successive strophes also varies irregularly. Despite such asymmetrical exceptions, most systematic chants poems I wrote before late September 1960 are structurally symmetrical, stanzaic, even though many stanzaic poems in stanzas look mighty asymmetrical, though kinds, lengths, etc. of linguistic units, occupying places in patterns predetermined by index strings, may vary irregularly. The repeating stanzaic patterns of linguistic units, beginning with the letters of index strings, are not supposed to vary, but then errors occur all along the line from composition through publication. The turn toward asymmetry. I'm not sure what nudged me toward asymmetry in late summer 1960. Maybe it was the emphasis on asymmetrical design in Zen Buddhist aesthetics, often expounded by D.T. Suzuki in his Columbia seminars, which I'd attended from about 1954 to 1957, and his books, which I'd begun reading in 1953. Perhaps it was my admiration for the irregular verse of Ezra Pound and of such contemporaries of mine as Paul Blackburn and Larry Ogner. It wasn't Charles Olson. I had read very few of his poems, though I had read his projective verse essay in Sid Corman's magazine Origin in the middle 50s. Possibly it was just that I'd had it with stanzas and symmetry, 7 years of it after December 1954. Also, I wanted to find a method through which poems could mostly generate themselves. I found one sometime before the 23rd of September 1960 when I began writing the stanzas poems with asymmetry in their titles. It was first employed in writing The Courage to Be, Paul Tillich, headlines from Tillich, which, although written near the back of Notebook 1960 number 4 and correspondingly printed farther back in stanzas than those asymmetries, was written before any of them. Stanzas poems were not written in the notebooks in chronological succession. Often I'd open to any blank page and write poems till I came to one previously written. Then I'd leapfrog the older poems until I reached a blank page or shift to an entirely new section. However, they were printed in the order in which they appear in the notebooks. In the Tillich-based poem, stanzas, pages 380 to 81, as in the subsequent stanzas asymmetries, the initial letters of the words in the first line spell out the first word: courage, other, understanding, reversed, ask, guardians, element. The second line spells out the first line's second word: ontological, thought, happiness, existence, realized. And so on throughout the first strophe. In stanzas, as printed, the fifth line, ancient symbol, no exact death, spelling out line 1's fifth word, asked, was omitted through printer's error. Strophe 2, line 1, spells out ontological. The first word of strophe 1, line 2, and the rest of strophe 2 spells out the rest of strophe 2, line 1. However, strophe 3 does not begin with a word from a preceding strophe. Its first word, negates, only begins like strophe two's second word, and it only spells out its first line through the second L of its fourth word. Absolutely. I probably ended this first self-generating poem here because I found no subsequent lexical word beginning with Y, a situation which often cued endings of both stanzas poems and numbered asymmetries. I composed stanzas asymmetries by variations of the above method, but if after I'd set a poem aside, I discovered a mistake in working it out, I usually accepted the mistake-making as an auxiliary chance operation and kept the poem as it was, mistake and all. During late September and most of October 1960, I wrote both asymmetrical poems using the new methods and stanzaic poems by the older methods, as well as prose pieces such as A Greater Sorrow. In many of these, in all of the prose pieces, the words came from 5 inches by 8-inch filing cards, on which I typed the separated stanzas of all poems composed between May and August. I prepared these cards for readers in the first performance as a simultaneity of stanzas, part of the audiovisual group's New Music concert at the Living Theater on 14th Street, 1 August 1960. Some of these poems and prose poems were made with the help of a template consisting of a 5-inch by 8-inch filing card from which 10 roughly quadrilateral slots had been cut around ink spots produced by splattering the card with green ink. Each slot was labeled noun, verb, adjective, or adverb, and with a number from 1 to 10. After shuffling the stanzas cards, I placed the template over each one in turn. Words visible through the slots were brought into poems and prose pieces in the order of the slot numbers. In writing syntactical pieces, I used each word in the speech class form from which the slot was labeled, changing suffixes when necessary. For example, if around showed through a slot labeled adverb, I added ly. I don't remember how I used the template in writing the asymmetrical stanzas poems drawn from the cards. The others were drawn from current reading, sometimes from 2 or more texts. The numbered asymmetries. Neither do I remember why I changed to a new self-generating method when during Halloween week 1960 I began writing the numbered asymmetries. The main difference in method is that, in most numbered asymmetries, only the first word of each poem is spelled out acrostically, horizontally and vertically, fully or partially, and with or without accepted mistakes. Any word in a text I was reading could become such a first word, chosen intuitively, arbitrarily, or by a chance method. The index word was then spelled out by a series of words or word strings having successively this first word's letters in their initial letters. This became the first big line because of spacing rules gradually developed while I wrote the first 20 or so numbered asymmetries. These big lines were usually divided into a series of shorter indented lines. Having completed the first big line in this way, I read on in my source text until I found a word beginning with the index word's second letter and placed that word at the left margin to begin a new big line. If the asymmetry was made of word strings as well as or instead of single words, the rest of the words in the string followed this word. This first word of line 2 was then spelled out with words and or strings beginning with its successive letters. I didn't begin to repeat words or strings when a letter was repeated in an asymmetry's first word until I wrote asymmetry 79, composed of strings drawn from Gurdjieff's All and Everything. E, the third letter of the index word when, is represented in the first and last lines by the string expressions. Lay you by the heels. Since I found no word in the source beginning with an X, I ended this asymmetry after the string was repeated at the beginning of the third big line. However, the second line, which begins with the second string of line 1, have already promised, which represents the H in when, seems to be imperfect. Only have is spelled out, and its final E is represented by Eden, who says, rather than expressions, etc. No way of knowing whether this is an accepted mistake or the result of a decision made during composition.
Asymmetry 89 is the first one perfectly worked out horizontally and vertically with repeated units, here single words. Its first word, yellow, is spelled out in its first big line as yellow earth, light own worth, and the words from earth through worth became the first words of lines 2 through 6. Whenever a letter is repeated in the first word and in the rest of line 1, the word first representing it is repeated throughout the asymmetry. New words were brought in only when a letter not previously represented by a word was reached during the spelling out process. If this letter recurs in line 1, the word representing it recurs in the asymmetry. Whether an asymmetry's basic units should be single words, strings, or both, and if strings were used, what kinds of strings, whether the words or strings should be repeated whenever a letter reappeared in the first big line, and whether certain subsidiary rules should be applied while writing any particular asymmetry. All these matters and others were usually decided at the beginning, sometimes by means of chance operations, sometimes spontaneously. When the single word was the constitutive linguistic unit, only lexical words and structure words with lexical semantic weight entered the asymmetry as I found them while reading the source, as in all but the earliest single-word unit stanzas poems. While the self-generative chance acrostic method would have produced asymmetrical poems, in any case, the typical fragmentation of most numbered asymmetries is due to the spacing rules. Words always brought with them from the sources all attached punctuation as well as generic typography, Roman, Italian, or boldface, initial or solid capitals, etc. Internal marks, comma, semicolon, colon, dash, hyphens, including those marking word breaks at line ends. And usually final parentheses and quotation marks caused endings of sublines and, after a single horizontal space to the right, a drop down to the next line of type. End marks, period, question mark, exclamation mark, cause the endings of sublines and, after 2 horizontal spaces to the right, a drop of 2 lines, leaving an empty line. Ending a big line also caused a 2-line drop. If the line ended with no punctuation or a mark other than an end mark, or a 4-line drop if the line was closed by an end mark. However, not only punctuation determines spacing. Sublines never begin at the left margin, only big lines do so. And if in writing a subline in a notebook, I arrived so far to the right that there was no more room to write all of the next word, I began the next subline on the next notebook line, starting with that next word and placing its first letter directly under the first letter of the second word of the big line, or in some cases under that of a word subsequent to the second one. Such variations in left-hand indentation were usually determined while writing, either by chance or choice. Other factors determined endings of asymmetries, just as arriving near the right-hand edge of a notebook page caused the end of a subline and the indentation of the next subline. Arrival at the bottom of a page ended all but some of the first few numbered asymmetries. Many ended before the bottom of the page because I had read to the end of the source text without finding a word beginning with the next required letter. While most of the first 260 numbered asymmetries were generated in accordance with the rules just described, there are a number of exceptions. Asymmetry 81 was composed, using analogues of the usual generative rules, of syllables from a text regrouped into pseudo-words. And asymmetries 98 through 110 and 126 through 128 are environmental asymmetries. They are composed of words and phrases naming objects, actions, percepts, processes, printed words, etc., noticed in the environment in which I was writing or in myself. While writing most of these, I worked as follows. I spelled out the word or phrase naming the first thing noticed with the initial letters of the subsequent names. I would write down the first word or phrase and then wait until I saw, heard, or otherwise sensed an object, etc., of which the name began with the first name's second letter, and so on. However, some environmental asymmetries, 107, 108, and 110, were obviously generated by other methods, which I could no longer reconstruct. This is also true of asymmetry 85, which was drawn by some method from lists of the names and attributes of the trigrams of the I Ching, Book of Changes. The 8 3-line subunits composed of broken and or unbroken lines, which grouped into 2 trigram units, form the 64 hexagrams or 6-line units that are integrated in the verbal texts of the I Ching. There are probably still other asymmetries in the book that were generated by other methods than those I've described, but it would be futile to list them further since I know no longer how I made them. While writing the asymmetries, I soon realized that the spacing and typographical details were well suited to cue delivery. Eventually I worked out the methods for reading and performing asymmetries, which, in a completely revised version, is printed just before the asymmetries themselves. Since they are described in detail there, I will only note here that the essence of these methods of delivery lies in using empty spaces as notations for durations of silence. The reader is asked to read words or word fragments printed above or below empty spaces silently, each at their own reading speed. Then, since the duration of these silences were already indeterminate because of differences between readers' tempi, I decided that these measured durations of silence were minimal ones, and that readers ought to be free to prolong them. I think I thought of the asymmetries early as good text for simultaneous reading by several readers. Using the spacing to cue minimal silences would, I hope, ensure variations in the textures of performances, and allowing the readers to prolong these silences would, I also hoped, make for more sensitive performances during which participants would stop and listen and refrain longer from reading their next words when they felt the texture was too thick or it was, for other reasons, inappropriate to add more sounds. At the same time, I also decided to regulate the dynamics of reading by interpretation of certain details of typography and punctuation. Emphatic typography, italics, boldface, and initial or solid capitals, was designated to cue varying degrees of loud reading. Enclosing punctuation, quotation marks, parentheses, and brackets was selected to cue soft or whispered reading. However, all other parameters of reading were left for readers to choose spontaneously during performances. These included rapidity of reading, grouping, and emphasis of words within sublines, the exact degrees of loudness or softness with which emphasized or enclosed words were to be delivered, and other interpretive nuances. Moreover, I allowed readers to select any of the asymmetries to make up the group they would individually perform. In addition, I thought of several other methods for performing asymmetries, notably ones in which some or all of the silences are replaced by prolonged instrumental tones. Indeed, one method leads to interpretation of whole asymmetries as single prolonged instrumental tones, while another leads to their each being interpreted as a long silence. And still another method consists in reading asymmetries in a way similar to that in which some of my contemporaries read their own irregular verse. See Methods essay for details. In the original version of the Methods essay, there are directions for performing phonic holds or prolongations and repetitions, stutters. These do not occur in the first 260 numbered asymmetries, a little over half of the whole group of 501 asymmetries. Such prolongations and repetitions were first included in asymmetry 442, an indeterminate asymmetry, consisting of a schema in which word class names, parts of speech, are substituted for actual words, and the words are to be supplied by the reader or performer. See the examples and the essay Method for Reading Indeterminate Asymmetries, published in an anthology edited by Lamont Young, first edition, New York, Young and Maclow, 1963, second edition, New York, Heiner Friedrich, 1970. All even-numbered asymmetries from 380 through 500 are indeterminate. Prolongations and repetitions also occur in 443 and in all asymmetries, indeterminate and determinate, from 480 through 501, and also in the many unnumbered asymmetries which were written after 501. Since they did not appear in asymmetries 1 to 260, the way of reading such prolonged and repeated phonemes is not included in this volume's basic method. However, I have included a new method in the version of the Methods essay included in this volume. Method 9, words and phonic prolongations and repetitions. By this method, any asymmetry in which words or word strings are broken near the right margin and continued after an indentation on the line below may be read with a prolongation or repetition of the last phoneme, speech sound, before the break. Jackson Maclow, August 1979 to March 1980, Evanston, Illinois, and New York.
Methods for reading asymmetries. Asymmetries are poems of which the words, punctuation, typography, and spacing on the page are determined by chance operations. In later asymmetries, the prolongation or reiteration of certain sounds in words, indicated by special notation, is similarly determined. A number of different, though related, groups of chance operations have been used in producing asymmetries since September 1960. They may be performed by 7 different methods, singly or several poems simultaneously. A basic method underlies the others and is the one to be followed when all or most of the others are ruled out by circumstances. Basic method. Blank spaces before, after, and between words or parts of words, between lines of words, and before whole poems are rendered as silences, equal in duration to the time it would take to read aloud the words printed anywhere above or below them. A right margin is defined by the end of the word printed farthest to the right, and blank spaces in each line extend to that margin. Where more than one line of type might be placed between lines, 2 or more successive lines of silence are indicated. At least one line of silence occurs before every word beginning at the left margin. One occurs after every period, question mark, or exclamation point. These statements do not hold true for some of the earlier asymmetries. A left marginal word preceded by a period, etc., is always preceded by at least 2 lines of silence. In some poems, these durations of silence are doubled or tripled, as indicated by the spacing. The notation -- / indicates a prolongation of the sound before the parenthesis. The IPA symbol for the prolonged sound stands in the left margin when the prolongation continues from the line above. Notations such as -t 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 indicates a reiteration of the last sound. Durations of prolongations and of series of reiterations are measured as are those of silences. Words in emphatic typography, initial capitalization other than that of proper nouns and adjectives derived from them, total capitalization, italics, boldface, or followed by exclamation points, are read quite loudly or shouted. Words within enclosing punctuation, quotation marks, parentheses, brackets, are read quite softly or whispered. Other words are read moderately loudly or moderately softly. Pitch change is regulated by punctuation, as in prose. Otherwise, pitches, timbres, speeds, and durations are free. Other methods. When all 7 methods are used, singly or simultaneously, each performer throws a pair of dice for each poem. If he throws a 2 or 4 words only, he reads the words as in basic method, but makes only punctuation pauses and breath pauses at unpunctuated line endings. No long silences. A slight optional prolongation of final sounds of lines is allowed. 3 or 5, basic method. 6, silence only. He is silent as long as it would take him to read the poem aloud with space silences by basic method. 7, silence, words and tones. He produces on any instrument one continuous or continually reiterated tone, during which duration notated by a right marginal space. Tones should be reiterated only when necessary and then with minimal attack. Pitch of each tone is determined by free choice of any letter in preceding words, which is a tone name. Any chromatic or microtonic variant of A through G may be played in any register. H is always B natural. The same pitch should not end 2 successive lines. At least a different variant or register should be used. During whole lines of silence in basic method, he is either silent or, not too often, continues the tone from the line above. If he chooses to play a tone in place of a line of silence before a poem, he chooses a letter from the first line of words. He is silent during left marginal spaces. He speaks all words by basic method. 8. Tone only. He plays one tone, determined in pitch as in 7, by any letter in the poem continuously, reiterating with minimal attack when necessary, for as long as it would take him to read the poem aloud with silences by basic method. 9 or 11. Tones and silences. Reading poems silently, he plays tones determined as in 7 during right marginal spaces, is silent during left marginal spaces, and words, duration as read aloud, is silent or prolongs tones from line above throughout whole empty lines, as in 7. Empty lines before poem, also as in 7. 10 or 12. Words and tones. Reading all words by basic method. He plays tones determined in pitch as in 7 during all durations that would be silent by basic method. Note that in 7 and 9 or 11, one may begin with a tone of a line's duration. In 8 and 10 or 12, one must begin with a tone. Example of reading by basic method, Asymmetry 147, inversion at right. Silent words are printed between quotation marks / quotation marks. Spoken words are underlined for clarity only, not to indicate loud speech. They are spoken as at left, all moderately, except K, which is loud or shouted. At right, some words are shifted a few spaces to the right to show how the poem is read. Other solutions are possible where words appear both above and below empty lines. Now here there's given a typographical example which has a left column which is printed how the Asymmetry 147 appears in the book, and then to the right how it's read. Now the thing is that if I were to read the printed version and were to read it correctly, I would also read it in the same way in the red column. Well, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to ignore both of them, having already read Asymmetry 147 in the book. And then it's signed September 1960, 30th of March 1961, New York City. All right, maybe I should read from the right. No, I'll read from the left column. What the fuck? New enjoy work. Enjoy not Jacobins. One young. Work. One reforms. K. Note, 4 August 1961. By an eighth method, first used in July 1961, the silences of the basic method are replaced by whispers of any words printed above or below spaces. In the spoken version of the example given, words are whispered when not underlined. Underlined words in the spoken version, the only ones appearing in the printed version, are read aloud in accordance with the basic method. It is suggested that this eighth method be used occasionally in performances in place of the words only and or basic methods when 4s and or 5s are thrown. Note, 15 December 1969. By a ninth method, developed in performances 1961 to 69, each silence is considered indeterminate in length. Series of reiterations and prolongations are regarded similarly, so that the printed word strings may be placed in silences and quiet sections of accompanying sound continua, recorded or live. For example, improvising musicians, radio sounds of any kind, and recorded and live sounds of any kind, including all kinds of formal and informal compositions, poems, electronically and mechanically generated sounds, and environmental noises, at the performer's discretion. Biography. Jackson McClough, born Chicago, 12th of September 1922, is an American poet, composer, playwright, and performance artist, active since the 1940s and widely published in anthologies, periodicals, and books. Since 1954, he has used systematic chants and related methods in composing poems, plays, music, and simultaneities, verbal, musical, visual works for groups or individuals, of which each performance is unique due to spontaneous performances, choices, and real-time chant systems. Published and performed in most countries of North America and Western Europe, as well as in Australia and Japan, he has given readings and performances throughout the US and Canada and in England, Wales and Scotland and the Netherlands, taking part in sound poetry festivals in London 1975-1978, Glasgow 1978, Toronto 1978, and New York 1980. His play, The Marrying Maiden, 1958, was produced by the Living Theatre, New York, 1960-61, with music by John Cage. With its editor, Lamont Young, he co-published the first edition of An Anthology, New York, Young and Mecklow, 1963. Second edition, New York, Heiner Friedrich, 1970, which, under the impetus of the book's designer, the late George Machunas, gave rise to the Fluxus movement, of which he was the first literary editor and which presented his works in Europe in the early 1960s. In summer 1969, as part of the Los Angeles County Museum of Art's Art and Technology program, he produced computer-assisted poetry at Information International Incorporated. New York State's Creative Artists Public Service Program, CAPS, awarded him a fellowship in multimedia in 1974 and one in poetry in 1977. And he served on the CAPS Poetry Panel in 1975. In 1979, he served as judge of the Literature Grants in Aid to Individual Artists for the Rhode Island State Council on the Arts. In August to November 1979, he composed, executed, and exhibited a vocabulary of Annie Brigitto Gilles-Tardos, a computer-assisted project comprising 2 wall-sized drawings in colored oil stick and colored printed acetate transparencies mounted over window panes, both made up of sentences and usable as performance notations by speaker musicians. The sentences were made from word series derived by computer from a 5,000 entry lexicon of words, together with usable suffixes, spelled solely with the letters of the dedicatee's name. This project was exhibited as the Poetry Room of Sound at PS1, an exhibition at Project Studios 1, Long Island City, New York. And late in 1979, he received a Writer's Fellowship from the Literature Program of the National Endowment for the Arts. List of titles. The Twin Plays, New York, Mecklow, 1963. Second edition, New York, Something Else, 1966. The Pronouns, a collection of 40 dances for the dancers. New York, Mecklow, 1964. Second edition, revised with graphics by Ian Tyson, London, Tetrad, 1971. Third edition, newly revised with new essays and photographs by Peter Moore, Barrytown, New York, Station Hill, 1979. Verderis Sanguinaria, play written 1961, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Southern University, 1967. August Light Poems, New York, Caterpillar, 1967. 22 Light Poems, Los Angeles, Black Sparrow, 1968. 23rd Light Poem for Larry Agner with graphics by Ian Tyson, London, Tetrad, 1969. Stanzas for Iris Lezak, written 1960, Barton, Vermont, Something Else, 1972. 4 Trains, written 1964, Providence, Burning Deck, 1974. 36th Light Poem in Memoriam of Buster Keaton, London, Permanent Press, 1975. 21 Matched Asymmetries, written 1967, London, Elos, 1978. 54th Light Poem for Ian Tyson, Milwaukee, Membrane, 1978. A Dozen Douzaine for Eve Rosenthal, Toronto, Gronk, 1978. Phone, New York and Amsterdam, printed editions and context, 1979. In preparation for 1980 are Representative Works, Santa Barbara, California, Ross Erickson. First Book of Gathas, 1961 to 79, Milwaukee, Membrane. Some recent light poems, Barrytown, New York, Station Hill. His work recently appeared in the prose anthology Talking Poems from Naropa Institute, Boulder, Colorado, Shambhala, 1978. And in the periodicals Zeitschrift, Hanover, Paper Air, Bluebell, Pennsylvania, Chicago Review, ePod, Baltimore, New Wilderness Letter, New York and San Diego, and the London magazines Wordsworth and the Atlantic Review. This book is published in an edition of 1,650, of which 300 are cloth-bound. A special edition of 50 is signed and numbered. I read it all, attempting, at least partially, to follow the basic method of the performance instructions.